How's everybody doing today? So a few people came in early saying they was ready for it. So let's let people fall in and you see it on there. The Bezos Empire. Looking like a Darth Vader at the top. So so happy holidays. I decided to do this one. Y'all saw the thumbnails. So I always want to talk about success and failure, right? Everybody's on Instagram balling, with the tight suits, with the Lamborghinis. Everybody's making 100,000, but let's talk about some failures when you get the big interview and it doesn't go your way. So we're gonna touch on that a little bit. Give me a one in the chat if you can hear me. I see about three people in the box. Give me a one in the chat if you can hear me. I went for a walk today. I got to lose some weight. What's up, Femi? I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name wrong or right. Just work with me. Take 5 hours. Femi was in the chat box. Did you have one too, Femi? Let me know if I'm pronouncing your name right. Give me give me pronunciation. Femi said he had the 5 hour one too. Embraced. Embraced. So yeah, no sir, but I am no sir. I am embraced that failure was just all facts, Femi. You pronounce all facts, man. It's not. Yeah, I call it a failure, but to be honest, and I'm gonna get into this after that 5 hour, and I hopefully Femi will come up and talk about it. I got my star technique down. We got a little bit article about the star, how you're supposed to do those type of interviews. So PBL with an old dog got a lot of new tricks after that interview. So now my interview, I appreciate that, man. Shout out 10 on the barbecue fun, kicking it out. I appreciate that, man. So yeah, so why I come in, we're gonna talk a little bit about the Amazon's empire. You see up there, Jeff Bezos. Everybody, most of y'all guys in tech, so y'all know what AWS is. And this article I did a video in 2022, so it was for the 21 numbers. But so we're gonna look at some of the quick numbers, right? Quick before we get in the interview. And some of the things I did right and some of the things I did wrong. So but yeah, Tech Impact, it was 5 hours, man. It was there. He is, the start thing. So yeah, I try to use that now. But yeah, Femi tell you it was a 5 hour interview, and actually, it really was 7 hours. And once again, I'm beginning that. I had my recruiter who found me on LinkedIn, and we're gonna talk about using LinkedIn. So I talked to him for hours. Then you talk to a guy, I call him the tech recruiter, to see if you're ready to get into the loop. Then the loop was 5 hours. So really, I did a total of 7 hours trying to get into Amazon/AWS. But for me, once again, I think, like Femi said, it was an experience, and I embraced it. And once again, I got a lot better. I got a lot better. So salute. Yep, Femi. I was finding all the brothers on LinkedIn. So yeah, so I was so yeah, Femi. So yeah, I was found on LinkedIn. So let's go over real quick. Let's talk about Amazon as this big company, just for about 10 minutes, and we'll start jumping into the interview. And y'all know how we do it. Shout out to Brother Michael. He one of the day ones. He know how we do. Any questions on tech, cybersecurity, interviewing? Just drop them in the chat. I think I'm gonna hit a lot of them on it. So if it's something I'm gonna hit later on in the presentations, I'll just tell you it's coming up. But so let's get into it. Let's talk about, I call it the empire, like Star Wars. So you see Bezos at the top with the cool aviators, looking like I was gonna say a broke Tom Cruise, but we know Jeff Bezos got all the money. So on the left, that's Amazon. They got Alexas, audio, they got Twitch, they buy Whole Foods, Zappos, and shoes. Then Bezos has his own separate investment portfolio, right? He owns the company Amazon that invests in companies that brings him Amazon, but then he has his own portfolio. He used to own a little bit of Twitter, but we know my man Elon Musk kicked him out. so he on Workday, Stack Overflow, Grails. If you do Java, Juniper, he owns a whole Business Insider. He owns a robot company. So we know all of this. I'm lumping all this is into the Amazon/AWS empire, right? Black before he bought Washington Post, and we know he's in a rockets like Elon Musk. He owns Blue Origin. So he has a lot of money and he's deploying it, right? So I wanted to join the Amazon AWS family. So let's keep going. So if you didn't know, this was 2021. I made $470 billion as a company, right? Amazon Web Services part of that force, but their total revenue was $470 billion with a big B, right? Not a little b, a big B. All right, so PBO was trying to get some of that $47 billion, right? So that's one reason you want to go to AWS/Amazon. We're going to come and look at the salary I was trying to get. Hopefully, film was in them numbers. So let's keep going. Once again, letting people come in. As you see right there, I think that was what quarter was that? I think that was there. It is 2021. Total revenue $469 billion. Amazon total operating cost was $44 billion. So they made $25 billion in profit, operating profit. 75% of that was AWS services, right? So that's how much money they spend, but most of all that was profit. E-commerce, what people think make money, they spent all that amount of money. They only made 26% of the profits, right? That's why we came here, right? That's a spot. Facts. So, but look at that number though, because once you build a data center, once you get your compute power in there, once you get your fiber already ran between those two companies, those data centers around the world, you don't have to reinvest in it, right? You just got to invest in the people. And a lot of times when you do those investments, they're going to last 5 or 6 years. So each year after that is what? Orange profit, right? Profit, 25 billion in profit with a big B. So as my man, brother Michael said, I just want a small piece of the 470 billion in profit. Let's see. JM, one of the day one. Do you feel sad after failing your interview, and what did you do afterwards to help you feel better, Professor? No, I really didn't feel better, and we're going to talk about a couple reasons why. Is I always treat that as a business. Actually, it was a blessing because like a year later, JM, they seem to be laying off a lot of people. I don't know if those was engineers. So now for me, I just think, and let's be real, I'm not trying to brag. I done made $100,000 for 15 years, man. So I wasn't. Now, granted, I'm going to show you the salary I went for. So no, James, I don't feel bad. I think I went and got me my normal vodka, my Chopin vodka, got me a good steak, JM. It was arduous. That 5 hours was just wearing me down, man. So I'm gonna talk a little bit, and I think that's part of their strategy, right? Here's my man in there. That happened to him. Salute to Wayne Wallace. Networking and data, facts. Networking. So there you see it. So and we're going to talk about what position I went to or what position I thought I was going to. That was one of my problems when I got into the interview. Let's see. Femi's right. He was right there with. I did not feel bad. I called a close friend afterwards and laughed all over. And that's kind of how I feel. To me, those jobs are so pie in the sky and so hard to get. JM, I just thought if I got it, that'd be cherry on the top. And if I didn't, back to my regular, 7% of brothers make, 100,000. So I'm just back into the 7%, JM. So now I didn't really feel it super bad, to be honest. I'm kind of a pessimistic too, old grumpy guy. So for me, it was just part of, and we talk about that learning. I tell young guys, y'all should interview at least twice a year because the way you get better is by doing it. So shout out to my man Tex. All right. Oh, got hit that like when I applied with Meta. Facts. Position you think you're going for, what you actually are getting into. I'm glad you brought that up, but I'm going to bring that up. And that kind of threw me off a little bit, but we're going to get into that. So, and here's which I thought was interesting. The other large companies and what they pay AWS and AWS to run their services, right? Netflix pays them 19 million a month, right, to run their AWS services. Twitch pays them 15 million a month. Now this is a month, right? 13 million. Facebook pays them 11 million. Twitter down here with owing them 7, right? So you add all, that's probably 100 million in revenue just from what, about 12 customers. ESPN pays them 8, right? So um, that's one reason I want to get on AWS. A lot of big companies on there. We saw there, and we're going to look at the breakdown of what's what. But no, so that they're the 800-pound gorilla. I think Azure definitely is catching up. So the facts. Was the job AIM or GRC? Bella, you jumping, but I'm gonna throw it in there. I thought the first job post I filled out was for GRC. It was for compliance. I do FedRAMP compliance, and that's what the job was for. But I think Femi, but for some reason, it was a mass level hiring. They took everybody out and just kind of put them in this shoot. Next thing I know, I was going for architecture position. So I kind of talked to him like, well, I thought I was interviewing for architect. It's like, no, we done put everybody in engineering. That's what we're looking for. So I'm like, should I have backed out? Because I know I wasn't quite ready to be an engineer. But hey, I'm in the pipeline. Let's give it a shot. So. Oh, you're right. Twitch is under Amazon, but AWS is under Amazon. So that's why they're both really under Amazon, DP Scribe. So I think you're right, but I think for them, it's a half a dozen or under. Because really all that money's going to flow up into Amazon. I think from Twitch's part, they're renting their compute power from AWS, right, which flows up to Amazon. So I think it's one and the same, but you're probably right on that. Let's see. Other companies, they might wean to pay their architects and other pros more than AWS. I did want the Amazon badge. Facts. Yeah, but two, I think you put it there is I think a lot of people believe if they work for AWS for a couple years, they can always go get more money. But like you said, that Amazon badge / AWS badge that you actually worked, I'm calling it the mothership, right? Looks super good on your resume. So that was one reason I was kind of shooting for that too, right? And to be honest, I think I might do it again in another couple years. Once the market turn and they're getting back, go for one of the big I wouldn't call them FANG, but AWS, Azure. Even if you go to the big four accounting, they all got AWS divisions. Or let me roll it back. They all got cloud divisions, right? Everybody's in the cloud. Everybody's trying to get that cloud money from a consultant standpoint, right? So in the end, these were solution architects. When I first interviewed, the guy, like Femi said, found me on LinkedIn. He said, I think you could go for L6. Actually, my total compensation was a little higher than I think I was getting 100K in stock every year. That's what blew me out. I've only got stock and restricted stock units in a couple of jobs. And I think my bonus was like 25 when I interviewed. So I think it came up to like 335 total for my total compensation. And I promise you, PBO ain't nowhere near that, right? So I'm going to give a shout out to Women in Linux, Black Heights, right? They the ones talking about 200,000, 300,000. So when I first interviewed, the recruiter reached out to me on LinkedIn. He said, I think you'll be for L6. And I interviewed with the first guy, and he interviewed me for L6, right? So when I saw that number, especially they were going to give me $100,000 in stock every year. Now, granted, I think I had to stay 4 years to get the whole 100,000. Each year you get 25% vested, I believe. Jump in there, Femi, if you want to say how you were doing. Oh, yep, L6. What was your stock restricted options on that? So, yep. So, Femi right there with me. Same architect, facts. Multi-cloud. Yep. I'm actually on there, Femi. That's what I'm actually doing. Before we leave, Google it. There's a lab out there. You connect an AWS. Your backend is going to be Oracle database on their OCI. Then you were connecting to an Azure to get your AFDS, which is your Active Directory credentials out of cloud to log into AWS and Oracle, right, to be able to query and run your front end from both of those. So now we right there on the same page, and I'm hopefully going to start doing more YouTube versions on multi-cloud, Femi. That's really what I want to be. So you hitting it right on the head. Let's see. Big bro with Big Tech Lab, somebody breaking in. Should I look at something? The startups of Fortune 500. I always tell, especially since you're breaking in, I always tell people if you can go Fortune 500, The reason why I tell people Fortune 500 is they show you how to do business. Usually Fortune 500, they're going to hook those handcuffs on you. I got a whole bunch of Oracle training in 1997, but I had to stay for 2 years. Hell, it took me 2 years to get Oracle trained. That's how I made my first 100K being an Oracle DBA. So I was telling people if you can, because two is when you work at a Fortune 500 company. When I was at DoD, I worked with 300 programmers. So when those guys broke up and left and the project closed, I got people I can call from 30 or 40 companies, man. So that's why I tell a lot of people go for the big company first, especially when you start off. They're going to teach you, they're going to groom you, they're going to micromanage you. But a lot of times they give you that training. A lot of startups are not going to give you. Startups want you to hit the ground running. And half the time, the startups are broke, right? They're trying to give you stock options, that if they hit, you'll be billionaires. But if they don't hit, I've had restricted stock units that underwater. L6, yep. So Femi's right there with me. He can verify. Yep, straight, 100% remote. Not 100% remote. Probably 90% remote, JM. Then a lot of times when they kick out for a customer, you got to fly out to the customer, right? Because they probably charging that customer shit out. $500,000 for a project. So you got to go on for the customer. And that's one reason I got an L6. They like my customer facing abilities once again. And it's coming up. My background, I worked at DoD for 10 years. And I work for a large state agency for 11. So I've been dealing with CISOs, CIOs, VP of the IRS. So I've worked with those big facing customers, JM. So send me mine was 20,000 per year for like what was like 25,000. Facts. I don't know why mine was so high. Mine, like I said, like 93, they would give me 100. Get some other advice, man. That's my 2 cents on it. I want people to get, but yeah, that's how I did. And like I said, when I got with a big organization, like I said, I got trained. Like I said, I met a lot of people at DoD. Then when they left, like I said, I got a ton of connections from that. Guys I can call when I get stuck. What's up, NC worker? Things are getting better. How I start. Yeah, I agree with that. Ties in the house. Salute. There it runs. Song in the house. Yep, L6 for my man. You have been around. Facts, man. Yeah, for y'all, and this coming up. I've got 35 years in IT, and I got about 15 years in security. I programmed for the first 15 years of my life. So I've done Java, Oracle, PL SQL, a ton of backend stuff, Oracle Forms. Then I got in out to DBA. I've been everything really, but probably a system admin and Cisco networking. So anything else I've probably done a little bit of business. Yeah, I've been around. Facts. So that's why I came to YouTube to help people. But once again, let's get back on there. Like my man Finn, when I first started interviewing, L6, my stocks I think was 100, and I think my bonus would have been 25. So for me, that put me way over 3. Shout out to JM, it was 100% remote. But the year before, I've got 4 AWS certifications. So I got my certs up. I was labbing. Once again, I was ready for do a GRC job. I knew I wasn't quite ready to do an architect job. But, that's what they want to interview me for. PBO's not scared. I never been scared. I should have had bone crusher plan. Just joking. Let's keep going. So once again, here's my background for a little bit about me. I did my first internship. Shout out to my man. I've been in forever. That is true. I did my first internship, which was on an IBM mainframe doing JCL for a very large state agency in Indiana in 1988. I got my computer science and my bachelor's in computer science in 1990. I was at DoD for 10 years, and I was at a large state agency in Indiana doing a lot of IRS work for 11 years. Right. The DoD was more me in engineering. I was a DBA. They would call it integration team. I run a ton of PL SQL. I was doing a warehouse when you actually had to do manual coding. There was no AWS data lake where you could hit a button and it would happen. Right. I had to do all that. When I went to the state agency, I was doing more GRC. I was doing a lot of NIST 800-53. I was doing IRS Pub 1075. I was doing FSMA DOD. So I was compliance engineering, right? Engineer would do it, and I would have to make sure it met with those compliance. And 2 things that we're going to talk about later is, and sometimes I go back and forth, did I stay too long at certain places, right? Even I was at DOD for 10 years, but I did have about 6 different jobs, right? So we could talk, did I stay too long? Was I getting promoted? Right. So, but these with my LinkedIn got me the AWS interview, right? I've been in the game for a long time, right? So, um, that's why I tell you guys, keep grinding. It all stacks. All that experience stacks on each other, right? So then so when you interview, I'm comfortable, right? The big guys don't make me nervous, which sometimes is, and we're gonna get into that, is sometimes PBO is just not an organizational fit. I'm old and grumpy. Amazon kept me. Oh, it was disrespectful. There, and we're gonna talk about that. There was a couple parts that interview was very disrespectful, and me is we talk about that, and that's me being old and grumpy. And we're gonna get into it. Part of your interview, I know Femi had it. I have an advocate. The advocate is a guy that's supposed to be on your side. He's supposed to be a Fed rent expert. I'm arguing with the guy. I'm in my mind, I'm thinking, this dude is not very good. So then I thought about David Chappelle. Where keeping it real goes wrong. That was PBO. So we gonna get to it. Let's see. Let's get a couple more. I'm not working 7 days a week anymore. You would have to let me know your schedule. I would drive up and grab. I would learn more. Yeah, we could definitely do that. We could definitely link up. I read biology and it taught me way into the IT. Okay. Nah, facts, man. That's what always gets me. I forget. Some days I feel old. I'm thinking, man, I've been in this game a long time, man. And like I said, it too is I tell y'all, especially y'all need to get in it, man. Treat me well. That's why I'm fat. I eat well, and y'all see it, man. The cloud is getting bigger. Tech is getting bigger. Even with automation, even with artificial intelligence, that is still a huge domain. Still a ton of people. You listening? Somebody says we 800,000 short in cybersecurity, or 1.2 million dollars. I'm sorry, 2 million people short. So there's a big opening though. So those were major jobs. Oh yeah, facts. And the crazy thing is sometimes you just, like you said, reached out, kind of like the AWS. When I went to DOD, a guy reached out to me, said, we got a 6-month contract. If they like you, they're going to keep you. He said, I think you're going to do well. A lot of people said, you should do it. It's only 6 months. I was like, I want to go with the top people. I think Arthur Anderson was the prime on the contract. So I wanted to get with those people. I did a 6-month right to work contract to hire. They liked me. Then 10 years later, they were trying to hire me at DOD. I could just make more. I could just make more money in the private sector. I go back and forth. They were offering me, if people are familiar with the pay grade, they was offering me a GS-13. We know that's still pretty wide though, but I just thought it would be better for me to get back into the private force though. Film said, I'm on there. Let's see. I already was so yeah, facts. So I appreciate that. I have a lot of history though. I have a lot of, but yeah. So sometimes too is they're just people too. They have some top guys, but they got some regular guys that aren't very good that they're training up. A lot of times, I think if you went to a big name university and you got big name grades, a lot of times they hire those guys as entry level. And a lot of times, just because you went to MIT, man, I've been in this game a long time. Let's go. I ain't scared of you. So, but once again, PBO, keeping it real, go Ross. We're gonna talk about that. But Phil agreed with me, man. Sometimes dudes be trying to be a little disrespectful. So just a high level how I got my interview, right? People know you're here. I was doing YouTube videos. I've probably done 30 AWS videos. Just that's how I learned. I did the labs and I did video on top of the services. So like Phil, a recruiter on LinkedIn, saw my AWS videos and go, I think you can work for AWS. Bet, let's do it. So he set it up. Then everybody knows, and I think Femi was kind of in there with me, is AWS was hiring, man. Like it felt like they were trying to hire like 100,000 engineers. I think everybody was looking for engineers because in COVID, I think a lot of they got money for IT projects. So I think it ramped up. But the problem is when I went in, I was interviewing for compliance. Somehow they just jammed everybody into this big funnel because they were trying to get people interviewing. Next thing I know, I'm interviewing for an AWS solution architect. I'm like, okay, let's go. I ain't scared. Shout out to True. Happy Labor Day, everybody. that's one reason I thought I would do it today. I'm like, let's talk about this. Let's do it on Labor Day. Talk about the good and the bad, right? So they were hiring Tommy Tom saying that they're dogs. So, yeah, I feel like everybody was getting hired. So they were on the mass hiring. Once again, I was going for compliance. This thing, I know I'm in the engineering funnel, but I'm like, hey, let's give it a shot, right? Worst thing happens, I don't get hired, and I learn a lot, and I figure out what's up with these fake interviews, because you hear them on the net talking about they're brutal, and of course, engineering is going to be different in software. It's going to be different in compliance. It's going to be different. They got a million jobs, right? So what's up, game over? Glad you could join me. So let's keep going. So that's how it is. Recruiter on LinkedIn reached out to me. AWS was mass hiring. I think Femi was in there. So I got in the queue. The crazy thing it was, it took me forever to kind of find a slot. I said it took me about 3 weeks to find a slot on a calendar, right? And this was just the first initial interview, right? The technical guy, he just took my number. We talked. He liked me. So then I had the technical recruiter part. Let me get to that slide. So we're going to talk about the AWS loop. Now we're talking about the recruiter. Then the general interview is the guy that interviews you that's going to figure out if you're in the loop. So Indian guy, real cool. We chopping it up. He asked me some questions, and I know a lot of people laugh about this, and I'm out there. They were hired. Yeah, facts, man. I brought that up. That could have been a blessing for me, Calvin. I didn't get hired because they hired a bunch of people, then they fired. I don't know if a ton of engineers got fired, but they fired. But long story short, the Indian guy, he interviewed me solo. We were on, they used Chime or something weird. I don't like it. I thought it was a security violation, but they got their AWS Chime. So we're on Chime, and I'm decent at networking, but I'm not very good at networking, right? So he started asking me a bunch of networking questions. I asked him all, but of course now I'm studying for the CISP. He asked me a specific range for a class B. I had it memorized. So, and I really do this in real life on customers, and I've always done on myself is I just say I make my subnet 255.255.0. I got 16,000 VMs, whatever I want to put on there. I'm good. So he's like, I never thought about that. I'm like, y'all AWS, y'all have infinite capacity. Why we worried about a subnet range? So, I don't know if he didn't like it, but he said, okay. I said, I respect, but he comes to me, says, I really like you. I like your personality. I try to fluster you. He said, you didn't fluster. So he said, do you want to, he said, I don't think you're quite ready for a 6, but I want to interview for a 5. Yeah, I saw the 5. The 5 is still like 275 or 265. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm good for the 5. So I went from a 6 to a 5, but I'm still cool with that, right? So we're going about it. So then this is where you get into the loop. The loop is where they schedule 5 interviews. One is with 2 of them is with your team, with technical parts of your team. One is with the advocate who's supposed to be on your side, and the one is with your manager. So I was going through those interviews, and we're gonna get into there. So they're asking you questions. The other weird part, Femi, did you get the one where you could they have these different organizations you can interview to make sure you're comfortable with. One of them was they had like a black AWS group. They had a Spanish one. They had an LGBT one. Then they had like a general or something. So that you could talk to prepare you for the interview, right? I thought it was a setup, so I picked the general. So did you get that, Femi? Like they had these organizations, so you get with the BPOC one, they had a black one, LBG, so they had all these different ones. I picked like some artificial intelligence weird one or something. So I didn't like that. For some reason, I thought that was a setup. They sent me to some pre-interview test. I didn't do a pre-interview test, Femi. Did I read this correctly? Yep, 5 hours. They go back to back. Femi had it too, John. So make sure I make it up. Me and Femi did the 5-hour one. We're gonna dig into that one. So after a while, by the 3rd hour, I was wore down. But I'm like, yeah, I wasn't feeling that chime. Class B. Class B, what is that? So yeah, so we were doing that. Sadly, many people are asked tricky questions to follow up rather than engage. Oh, facts, that's part of it, man. I think they do that to see if you're gonna get flustered. For facts. So yeah, so I did not get that one, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, so but yeah, so but it was interesting. They always ask you, sure, I got asked me about the port, the secret. I mean, is that still uses port out? It's the facts. That's true. That's true. That's part of the game, though. They want to see what you at. Drop dead when they had a break and called him. Wow, that is crazy, man. I can see that stress taking people out, man. No, that's true, Calvin. That is true. Sometimes I try to overthink stuff, man. So I don't know, man. I don't know. A lot of times people be setting you up. One of them dudes had a probably 10 hours one with Google and Austin, and a month later they called him to thank him. Wow, cool. But yeah, let's see, long story short. So there I got a quick article. Let's read it. Let's see really. And I've never been anything like the loop, to be honest. I've had a pedal interview with people. I usually maybe a tech guy and had a guy in charge. I've never had a 5 hour interview back to back. And think about that. I had 2 hours to get me to the 5 hour. So let's read this quick article about the loop. Like I said, that one it caught me off guard, but once again, I wasn't like, okay, it is what it is. I ain't scared of it, but it did wear me down. I gotta get in a little better shape. PBO, once I start eating some asparagus with his barbecue or something, it kind of it was tearing me up. So let's read. This is a super quick article. Let's talk about the loop and we'll add on to it. Loop. This is from you see the date there. Make sure that's coming up. Yep. Snagging a job at AWS considered a real accomplishment. We just saw that generated 500 billion in 2021. Amazon interview process is not surprisingly competitive, but pretty arduous. The Amazon interview process has several stages, including a recruiting screen. We talked about that with the recruiter. He found me on LinkedIn. Same thing with Femi. First round interview was with the Indian guy. We had a good round. He said I wasn't quite ready for a 6, but he definitely wanted me to do a 5. The final round interview is also known as the Amazon loop, which refers to the fact we'll loop you through several interviewers. This article will share more about the Amazon loop. I think I should have found this article before I did it. Like I said, I found a couple little videos talking about it. The Amazon loop interviews is a final round interview, and before COVID, the final round was also in person. This was cool. I got to do it online. Interview between 2 and 9 interviewers. I had 5. Throughout the interview, you will assess whether you can raise the bar for the Amazon employees, exude Amazon principles, and you can succeed in that role. If you're interviewed for 2 roles/teams, you may receive a split loop interview where a portion of the interviewers will be from one hiring group and a portion will be from the second group. I thought this was interesting part right here. Statistically surrounding the Amazon Loop interview, success rates are not published. However, according to Mushuka Aka, cracking the code, the success rate, aka the percentage of candidates receive job offers, it's only 20%. Right, so it's super low. So don't get disappointed. 20%. So that's mean 80% of the people like me and Femi chilling. We still making good money. We still are outside, but right. It's a very short list, and that's why people are trying to get in. And that's why they pay that money, right? They're trying to get that list, right? So I'm not a relative, but I'm surviving the wrath, and shows how deep groups are. Oh, facts with that, facts. I read the loop and start thing. It got more confused afterwards. Yeah, I know we're gonna talk a little bit about the loop, but to be honest, Femi, I was struggling with that. I rarely find the diverse group that can collectively push forward. Facts, star. It's stupid, but yeah, facts, Kyle. But that's the game they playing. So actually, it kind of grew on me, for the star thing. Like you said, just an interview process. They keep talking about raising the bar. I need to see the bar for them to carry before I know about left it. No, facts. Let's keep going into the loop. Like you said, yeah. But remember though, it's only 20% that's gonna make it, right? So 80% of the people are not, right? So here's the discrete broken down. During the interview, one of your interviews will be the bar raiser. The bar raisers have received specialized training for interviewing candidates and assess whether they can raise the bar around the current employees. Some of the interviews will be from the team for which you are interviewing. They will assess whether you can do well in the job you're interviewing. That, yep, if you're a cultural fit. I laugh because y'all know PBL be struggling with the cultural fit, right? After Amazon loop process, the interviews will debrief and try to come to a near unanimous decision on whether you should get an offer letter. Generally, the bar raises will lead to the debrief discussion, right? So, I think I struggled in that from an engineering standpoint. I think if it was a compliance standpoint, I definitely would have been more of a fit and definitely on top of my game. Right. So once again, let's flow through this, then we'll actually talk about the interview. The parts general fit interview, you know what that is. Amazon specific prep. There's where your star is. And I got another article talk about the star, but let's, the Amazon Loop interview tips. Be confident, speak slowly and clearly, organize your answers clearly and speak in structured ways, dress the part and smile. Like we got to smile. I don't know about that smile, right? Amazon Loop interview questions for customer accession principle. How do you think about your client relationships? Foster those relationships, and they're going to ask you conflicts, right? So I did pretty good on that part. The part I struggle with is I answered them from a GRC perspective and not a cloud engineering perspective because I do in the cloud, I do GRC, not engineering yet, right? So I struggle with that. Ownership of the principle, entrepreneur and own tasks, approach ambiguous tasks, virtual, Then real quick in conclusion, the Amazon Loop interview is a final round interview for Amazon. The interview consists of several interviewees, including the hiring manager, the bar raiser, looping through interviewing you. The Amazon Loop will especially test if you exude the Amazon leadership principles, and you can raise the bar. Amazon, the Loop interviews with ex-MBB consultants. Right, so that was it. So let's read that. Then we're going to actually get into the interview. After the fifth interview with the certain defense contractor, I would tell them to stop bothering me since I had better things to do. They extended an offer within 2 months. That's cool, man. I wasn't that lucky. I got to collaborate up. Fang is not only tech that pay higher, believe me out there. No, facts. No, like you said, they're not the only game in town. On my cultural fit, yeah, right. Psychologist. Shout out to my man, Savage Scientist. It's called we want to diverse and physical, but not thinking facts. I smiled until I became a friend. Just shout out to shout out to Keep It Techie. Glad he could join us. Who think it's toxic? No, that's facts. Let's really get into that. Let's see. What's my next? So let's get into really the interview, the meat and potatoes of the interview. I was in the process of getting hired, but they canceled the job right after they laid out. Yep, that's kind of how I was. I think it was a blessing for me too. So I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. What up, MGTOW Universe? Yeah, I did. I'm about to talk. I definitely took that interview. I didn't get it, but yeah, it was a 5-hour interview. So we about to really get into it. We're gonna really get into the interview. I'm not sure if I'm paced for it's just something you get used to. But when you try to get that $300,000 job, Tammy, you gotta do what you gotta do. So let's talk about it. And I think Femi was backing me up. The same thing that happened to me. I had a recruiter reach out to me on LinkedIn. Then I got my technical interview, like he talked about. An Indian guy, cool. We was going back and forth. He was checking my client facing skills. Most people seen, I just showed it. I was at DoD for 11 years, talking to CIOs and 14s and 15s. When I was at a large state agency, I relatively talked to the CIO, the CISO. I worked directly with the director of compliance. So my facing skills are good, right? So, but when you join AWS, right, that loop is, like they said, the bar raiser. Now I know who the bar raiser was. I wasn't familiar with that term, right? So you meet it, and they're asking you basically technical questions, right? And I think Femi had in there. Sometimes the guy was I thought he was a little disrespectful. So Are you doing lift and shift? Have you done data warehousing? Have you done DBA work in there? It's still DBA work in AWS, right? When you spin up a Aurora database, you got to give it space. You got to do. They call them reading writers. That's how they bill you. You can do consistent, or they can commit later, right? So they were asking you these technical questions. So I had two teams were technical. One, I think, was building architecture, right? So I've been live, so I talked about EC2. I talked a little bit about DevOps. I talked a little bit about compliance, because that's really what I thought I was going to interview for. For a lot of people came in late, I was interviewing for a compliance job, but like Femi said, they jumped everybody into this engineering shit because they were trying to hire so many people. So I ended up interviewing for a solution architect job, right? Was I ready? Probably not, but hey, it's just an interview. Hell, I've been told no my whole life. I'm 5'7" and kind of chunky, so shit, no, don't scare me. So long story short is that cultural fit is, and like my man said with the group think is, they tell you they have the best architecture. What is it called? Well, the pillars of AWS architecture, good architecture, right? So, like he said, it's kind of a group thing. So I read the document, so I was espousing their stuff back to them, right? So, have you ever done a lift and shift? Yeah, right. I have done a small one. We were doing a proof of concept at the vendor I was working at, so I was helping them do that, right? So once again, they're asking you these questions, right? And so, and two is, which I expect them to do, they're trying to give you nuances to figure out, have you actually done this before, right? If you do a lift and shift from a specific, especially Oracle, you don't control the whole Oracle database. They want you to use their version of Oracle, right? But then that doesn't make it a lift and shift, right? So they try to hit you with all these new nuances way. I wouldn't say trick you, but to figure out really your level of status to what they're trying to do. Let me read a couple of these comments. Let's see. Boom, boom. Let's see. Femi in there. My first interview was 30 minutes late, though. To be fair, she sent me a chime message. But speaking of chime, that is a disaster. Yeah, my chime, they were late to mine. I think they were interviewing me. That actually helped me because they were playing fire. Baby, what did interview for? No, it's like we said. You get it's just like 50 minutes per person. I had two interviewers in each one of my sessions, except the practice manager and my advocate. The advocate one I thought was the one that was really, really kind of difficult because, and I think Femi brought it up. He said he was the FedRAMP advocate. He was the evangelist for the Midwest. And I thought he was missing some key features in FedRAMP, right? So the question is, if you're going for an interview, should you argue with the interviewer if they're wrong, right? So, and two is, I've done FedRAMP since DoD days, right? When they were first going to the cloud. So that's one thing I did wrong, and I don't know if I would change it. I'm just gonna be me. If I think you're wrong, we're gonna go at it. So let's see what Midtown Universe says. What was the official position? Solution architect, L5. And let's see. Yeah, and I'll go back to it. I have the it's got, yeah, I pulled it up. Good morning, Zach. Yep. I'm old though. Come on, Midtown. You know I'm up there. Yeah, the 14 pillars. Yep. 14 pillars. Yeah. So our interview with that. So long story short, the advocates there, he's supposed to, I guess, be on your side, kind of help you navigate those positions. I thought my advocates, because I think I was on the same level as him, especially from a FedRAMP perspective, we became, I wouldn't say adversarial, but I don't think he was on my side, right? Which is fine with me. I'm a one-man rugged individual, so I don't need you to be on my side. As we say, I live for this, right? So let's go. So we were debating, when should you use a FedRAMP? When should a government entity go into a commercial cloud? When should government entity go into a government cloud? There's two types of commercial clouds. There's government cloud, which means everybody's from a government agency and you have to be invited in there. Or there's a commercial cloud that has government security on it. right? So which one should you be and which one should you be at? That's another interview, right? So we were chopping it up and going back and forth about that. So I think I take that back. I know I rubbed him the wrong way. Yeah, so I told him he didn't know what he was talking about because you talked about putting federal work in a commercial cloud. So he didn't like my answer. Building a network, the user network. Honestly, if you can't land a position with one of them, one chat, you start in the back of the pack. No, I agree with that. Let's see what Tammy had to say. Next time you go there, hit him up with the no let your time. I snap on like Jim Martin, tell him don't bother me. Yeah, but two is Tam, and I agree with that. For me, it was a learning process. I want to figure out what type of interview do you need to get into FANG and get into these $750,000 jobs or $500,000. Or for me, it was just 325 or 300 ish for my L6, right? What do you need? Because then I could come back and give you the game. And two is I'm thinking about doing memberships, so I'm reaching out to a couple people I didn't know worked at AWS that work them now, right? So if I do memberships, I would have them come and drop the game on the AWS. And I still might do that on a free tier. But what does that look like, Tim? If you, as we said, if you can't get in a room, you don't know what that looks like, right? So let's see. They knew the right people. Facts. I got the hook up at AWS by working a hella tech gig, handling TVs and having to talk to a girl. She said she knew some folks at Amazon, and I shot out my resume. They were interested. Yep, facts. Like I said, I got mine off of LinkedIn and my YouTube videos. To be honest, the advocate was really not advocating for me. That's how I felt, Femi. I thought he was setting me up. So I think me and Femi kind of had the same experience at it. But for me, like he said, it was an experience. I don't think it was a failure. Now, once again, I might do this probably in 2025. Take a shot at the next 400,000 or 300. Oh yeah, shout out. That's all IT in the Seattle area to get in there and to get those. Oh, that's me. Yeah, that's no, I feel you. I'm right there with you on that one. Facts. So once again, the tech I need to get, and that's what we talk about, right? I need to lab more. I need to get my skill set up from a solution architect standpoint to that level of getting hired. I think if I had another year to get my skills up, and currently that I'm working on, I think I would have been able to get that job. If it was a compliance job, I think I would have had a real good opportunity to get that job. Why? I'm much more familiar with GRC now, right? I'm a NIST 800-53. I'm a NIST guy. I'm a high trust guy. And when you build those apps, even internally at AWS, you got to have an assessor or be certified to get those certifications from those other state agencies. FISMA being DOD, ITAR, you move in guns and ammunition across your computer. Those computers have to be certified for a certain level of encryption and database and all of that. So if they would ask me those questions, I would have been much more prepared than the solution architect, right? Lift and shift, conversions, migrations, right? A lot of times people want to shift from on-prem and put it all into serverless apps, right? Which you're going to do DynamoDB, you're going to do, all those type of services, right? And I wasn't quite ready to answer those. Lambda, I wasn't quite ready to answer those questions from a solution architect standpoint, right? So I think for me, I wouldn't call it a failure because I kind of knew when they put me in engineering, interview, I wasn't ready for that. Should I turn it down? No. Once again, I wanted to see what it's like interviewing. Now I'm thinking, Femi, I think he's right there with me. I think everyone can and should go through experience. To be honest, you would never fear no. Yeah, facts. Don't interview again. What can be worse than a 5-hour interview? A 6-hour? No, and I agree with it. And I had some interviews after that, Femi, and we're going to talk about that really at the end in a minute. I call it the postmortem. What things I would do better, what I change, and that's the number one thing. And he's right. I had an interview with Datadog and some other stuff, and compared to what I did in AWS, that made those interviews super simple, right? And I did super well in all of those. And two is that star, a lot of those big companies, that's really how they want you to answer them. I'm like, boy, I'm not a big fan of it, but that's what they're expecting. And when they're asking you questions, that's how they want you to return those answers into that star format. And like I said, what Femi said right there, for me, that's what I got. I mean, that's the last slide. Let's just the last slide. Postmortem, right? We always talk about degrees and certs. Right? I'm not pushing one or the others. The only thing I can tell you is Amazon looks for degrees to cut people off. Femi, you got a degree or you got certs? If you don't mind me asking that. I seen that's one reason I think I got in there. Right, was my degree and my certs. Two is I'm old as shit. Right, so it seemed like they were looking for both of those in the interview. Right, so I got both, so I think that helped me. Organizational fit, I'm just kind of like, I am what I am, and I'm not changing from the. Oh, let me switch over to that slide so y'all can see it. There it is, postmortem. These are kind of 6 things I've kind of wrote down to figure out degrees and certs. I know the guy I got. Let's see, what Femi got. I got 4 degrees. Counting my degree is not. No, that's fine. That's the thing is, I think they just want you to have a degree. I don't think it has to be in IT. And for me, I think, and I talked about that, is I think that's because the boomers are still in control. The manager was a boomer, right? Super white guy, super corporate, super straight laced. So I knew what he was gonna give me, and I knew what I was gonna give him. Right? It's strictly corporate. When I was at DoD, that's how it was. I know what it is, and I accept the challenge. Right? So degrees and certs. I got 4 certs too. Shout out to Femi. I got the practitioner. I got the associate architect. I got the associate developer, and I got the security specialty. Right. I need to sit for the sysops. Right. So that's next. But those are the 4 I have. So part of organizational fit really comes from the degrees, right? They really want you school trained and thinking in that boomer. I'm calling it doctoring. Shout out to my man at groupthink. A lot of times I work for ex-military. They want you into the groupthink. Right. So I think that's where a lot of times the organizational fit came. So when I talked to the advocate, right, we were I wouldn't say going back and forth, but we were having a lively discussion on FedRAMP, right? From a commercial side versus a government data center side versus the future versus different things, right? So that organizational fit, especially from I'm calling that FANG mantra, right? So I think that's what they want you in, right? Which is cool. I know what I'm signing up for. Right. The thing I didn't do, which I got to stop one man arming me, is the networking. I was interviewing, the guy was sitting in a room. I worked with him at DOD 15 years ago. I was like, oh shit, that's Scott. Right. So a guy I worked with probably would have helped me, gave me a few probably pointers. I didn't reach out to him. I forgot he worked for AWS, so I didn't use my network correctly. Right. Shout out to Black Hike. Shout out to Textual Chatter. Shout out to Women in Linux. Shout out to Keep It Techie. Right. We doing all this LinkedIn. Shout out to the granddaddy of my Kev Tech. He's always showing me love on LinkedIn. I think my connection on LinkedIn is up to 1,000 because of Kev Tech. He keeps liking my stuff. He keeps at me, right? So my LinkedIn is up to 1,000. My dumbass didn't go out there and look who worked at AWS, right? Because I'm a one-man army. I don't need help sometimes, right? But that was something post-mortem. That's what we're talking about. I did wrong. I should have went out to my LinkedIn, reached out to my network, right? And figured out who was there or who worked there. Somebody I knew connections, right? I'm just like, hey, I'm just going to jump in the water and try to swim. Hell, I've done it my whole life. That was something strategically I think I did very wrong. So let's look at the degrees of search helps a whole lot. NYC facts. Ty, is an associate degree good enough for some of these? Oh yeah, some of the roles definitely. AWS probably not, but there's roles that yeah. Because I think after the boomers gone, I think degrees are going to get downplayed a little more. The ROI, we talked about that 1,000 times. You can't come out owing 100,000 and making $20 an hour, even $15 an hour. that those numbers don't make up. So I think it's switching. Oh, let me see what helmet check. That's good right there. Networking, yeah. I network, but for some reason I didn't get them up all sorts of doors. I should have specifically looked into my LinkedIn network, because if you put AWS, it shows you who linked there. It shows you first, second, and third links to AWS. For some reason, I just didn't think there. I think I was studying to get an AWS. I was learning some other stuff to get ready for the interview. I missed that part from networking. And shout out to Textual Chatter. Shout out to Black Heights. Once again, shout out Keep It Techie. Shout out. They're always preaching LinkedIn. That's from a postmortem. That's what we do after we get hacked. We do a postmortem, right? Networking. I didn't. PBO kind of dropped the ball on that one. So I remember some morning progressive certs. I have agree having progressive certs. It's like A+. Yeah, facts. See, facts. Because certs really, if you think about it, my degree's from 19. Ain't nobody doing mainframe and JCL, so my certs keep me current, right? So I think, especially as you get older, right? My first programming languages I did was in high school, right? It was COBOL, RPG, PL1, and Fortran. None of those languages exist anymore. Now there's a ton of COBOL still running, but if you start a new project, you ain't doing it in COBOL, right? So you need certs to keep you, from my point, to keep you relevant. Oh, facts. So two is, once again, networking. So two is, and we always talk about it. Shout out to Savage Scientist. Shout out to Engineering Cannabis. Shout out to AI and me. He got like 90 names, right? Black Heights. Most people out here is going to help you, right? If you reach out to me and say, I'm doing something with GRC, or I'm doing something with Amazon, or I'm doing something, if you ask me some questions, I'm going to put you on my calendar and we can chop it up and I'm going to help you. I had shout out to this young guy. He actually and we argued about this back and forth. I don't recommend it, but he kind of exaggerated his resume, and he had a senior level security thing. So he hits me up. He goes, I need to talk to you ASAP. I got this job. He came forward and said, well, I kind of stressed it out. He said, have you ever heard of a GLBA? I go, yeah, that's Graham Leach Bliley. He goes, I need to talk to me. Long story short, I told him what he needed to do. I sent him 3 or 4 articles. He got an assignment done. So if you need help, if you reach out to me, I'm going to help you, right? Like we talked about, should you extrapolate? Should you add extra to your resume? I don't argue with people. I don't think you should do it. But if you call PBO as the OG, I'm going to help you the best I can. So we chopped it up. I helped him out. The lady was on him. He said, my boss is on me. I was like, come on, let's talk. So we talked. I think we talked for 2 hours one day. So I gave him some stuff to look up. I gave him some resumes. I think I gave him a couple templates. So, he got his assignment done. So long story short, if you need PBO and I got some skills, or if I need to reach out to somebody to help you, I will do that. ProfessorBlackOps@gmail.com. Femi, if you go to my about page on my YouTube channel, you'll see my email. And I talked to a young lady, and I did my last video. We were talking about CIS checks. She did a boot camp, and it was free, so she needed some help with some assessments, security, family. So I helped her in a boot camp. So once again, if you reach out, I'll definitely be, I definitely help you best I can. Right? I'm not. That's why I came here on mainframe. Still do. No, that's true. My skill, yeah. The big insurance companies still use a lot of mainframe, because if you talk about raw transaction power and you just talking about transactions like you doing some life insurance, some actuarial work, you just plowing through a whole bunch of calculations, you still can't beat a mainframe. Now, the cost of mainframe with maintenance is astronomical. There's still a lot of IBM out there. Now, facts. Actually, a handful of interviewers never had an AWS cert. They still started working with AWS. One of them who worked in data center side told me he had no clue what AWS, and he still joined. Yeah, it's weird how they hire those people. Was that an entry-level position for me? I thought a lot of those guys went to big-name universities and had those big-time GPAs, and they want to groom. I ain't going to say groom. That's not a good term. They want to nurture those guys, because they can grow them up from the AWS ground floor the way they want. Me, I'm kind of like an old cat, old dog. I'm kind of do what I want to do. You can kind of point me in that right direction and leave me alone. So that was my take on that, Femi. Chime in on what you thought about that. That's why I thought actually use your LinkedIn. So, but yeah, reach out to me once again, professorblackops@gmail.com. Go to my about page. It's on there. If I want to get into AWS, where should I start? And what should I be the thing? What should I be looking out for? That's a deep question. And AWS is such a big domain. What in there do you like? Once again, I'm a GRC guy, so that's kind of where I was pushing Zulu. AWS, I mean, shout out to TechRX. We were looking at machine learning and artificial intelligence in AWS. I would peek at the search because if you look at the search kind of give you different tracks. Femi, chime in there on Zulu. What's your thoughts on that? I'm a coffee because he actually went through it. So that's kind of how I figured because I've been in the game so long, Zulu. I just kind of want to take what I do on Prime on Prem, put it in the cloud, and make 300,000. That's what I'm trying to do. So I will look at the if you Google, look at their search, they have tracks off their search. Oh yeah, facts. Salesforce is hot. I'm actually going to bring on a Salesforce top salesman, Salesforce engineer. I actually worked with him when I was at the state. ServiceNow. Shout out to my man. He's out there giving great videos on that. I appreciate it. I check that out. Man, reaching out PBL once. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I'm gonna get that too. When I usually when people reach out to me, I usually send them to a couple other people too to balance it, right? Because I give people my view, but I want you to balance my view against other people's view, right? I've been in the game, but other people, got recommendations and skill set. And a lot of these guys too, they do more career development stuff than I do, right? I'm more of a tech renaissance guy. I'm gonna roll my sleeves up and get dirty, right? I don't do a ton of career development, even though I hope to. I've been challenged. Shout out to Keep It Techie. I've been working on my GRC course, my mid-level course. So, if y'all familiar with Simply Cyber, he has his GRC course, which is entry level. So I was going to do one on him where I do a fake or faux company inside AWS, and from a GRC perspective, an assessor and an auditor, we're going to audit that company's AWS setup, right? It's going to be for NIST and FedRAMP, and we're going to do vulnerability scanning. POEMs is just a schedule when you're going to fix them. These are the vulnerabilities. These are the findings. How would you fix them, right? From a development standpoint, and DevSecOps from cyber scientists. From a auditing standpoint, how do we audit DevOps? How do we audit DevSecOps? How do you audit DBAs, right? So if you took his low-cost course, we're actually going to do that in a faux company, right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking of, right? I've been thinking now. Don't hold me. I've been talking a lot, so I've been thinking about it. So I've been doing it. Let's see. I want to get into cybersecurity, database, and cloud storage. So yeah, I would definitely start with the database. Me and Keep It Techie did a database course. We did it. I was on a stream with Keep It Techie. If you go back, he's got a video talking about DBA, which is database architecture, right? So we talked about it on-prem and what would that look like in the cloud. So if you look, there's actually a search for databases inside AWS. So do you have any database background, Zulu? Or you just starting fresh? I love databases. Once again, that was my first bag. I got Oracle DBA certified, I think in 1995 was my first cert. And back then, right, you had to do your own storage on-prem. But yeah, once again, there's an AWS cert for databases. That's probably the next one I'm going to study for before I get to SysOps. Should have great Philip finally would. Nope, I agree with all of that, right? I don't do home. Well, let me restate this, right? I agree with Femi. The problem is I did my first home lab, no lie, in I want to say 1995. I had 4 Dell databases. I'm sorry, 4 servers inside my guest room, and I had an Oracle database one. I had a 3-tier network. I had like I think I had 5 small Dell servers. I do all my lab inside AWS. I could spin up VPC and I can spin up a 3-tier network. I could spin up a Oracle database for pennies. I could spin up Aurora. I usually spin up their version of MySQL because it's the cheapest one. So I do all my labbing in the cloud, Femi. For me, at my age, I don't even want to play with hardware. I'm not. Let me roll that back. I don't even want to mess with hardware, even on prem, because everything I want to do in the cloud. So I do all my labbing in the cloud. And usually when I lab, I usually spin up 4 servers over 3 data centers over 3 zones. I usually do a DR site, and usually when I do it, I tear it down at the end of the night. It usually costs me $8, right? So, depending on what I focus it on, it usually costs $3 or $4 a day at the most. I spin it up. I might laugh about 2 or 3 hours and just tear it down. And the most expensive thing I spin up, if I don't spin up a database, I can spin up. It's gonna cost me $4. So I don't. So when I home lab anymore, I do all of mine in the cloud. So, 2 is it makes me better in the cloud, and I don't have to buy a hardware or infrastructure like that, because that's why we trying to get rid of that. so that's when I do my home lab. I'm starting database fresh, so I've been looking to the last year, getting serious. Yeah, oh, that's cool. I'm trying to think. I would look up, for me, once again, I'm an AWS guy. I would look up their database cert, and I might do it before we end there. I would look at there and just start spinning up, and you can do it in 2 sections, right? You can do it where you spin up the database, and AWS is handling the hardware and infrastructure for you. Then once you get comfortable with the database, so what does that mean? Shout out to Savage Scientists. I'm gonna create a database schema. I'm gonna create tables. I'm gonna create foreign keys. I'm gonna figure out how to do SQL optimization. Right. I'm gonna figure out too in the cloud is you got to use, because you can figure out how much that's gonna cost you. Right. So that's really, we used to call that an application DBA, right? Because the infrastructure is handled by AWS. So you're doing an application part, helping the developers do that part. Then it's like you said, the full scope, where I'm gonna put a MySQL database, but I'm going to put the raw database on top of AWS in the EC2. So now I have to control all that, not AWS, right? So then you can walk yourself into I would call it a system for a full stack system DBA, right? Meaning you handle everything, right? You're going to create the database. You're going to carve out the disk. You're going to create, because in Oracle, they got the instance and the system files, right? So that stacking on will make you, I'm calling it a full stack DBA. Because with AWS, me and Keep It Tech was talking is, if AWS is going to handle that infrastructure for you, right, then what's the customer's part of the DBA handling, right? So that's a good big part is, what is the new DBA going to look like in the new infrastructure, in the new world with the cloud, right? Because the cloud's going to handle all that. So that's good. And like I said, I love database. That's really my first love. So I know you were talking about AWS stuff, but I'm in the middle of Google Python course, hardest thing I ever attempted. Yeah, because programming is hard. And 2 is, you either like programming or you love it, right? Because programming, that's something you got to do for 3 or 4 hours. And sometimes small things eat at your brain, right? But let's remember, though, there's programming and there's scripting. Scripting is, I might write a small script, 25 lines, to start up an EC2, attach a database to it, right? Start up some instances that shut down, right? So now Python too is, because you got to remember, I started off as a programmer before I actually got into cybersecurity. And a lot of people don't know, Purple Team is where you look at application security, because the first thing that usually gets attacked in a system or organization's application, because it's facing the internet. So the bad guys can get to it because it's open to the internet, right? So that's called, we call it Purple Team or application security, right? So that's where that Python comes in. So once again, I love programming, and it's a different animal and different beast. Let's see if you laughing. I meant that as a home lab cloud. Oh, facts. Now I'm with you, Femi. I just want to clarify. I've got to clarify. I'm trying to create a course on fundamental IT prompt. That's cool. Yeah, I'm with there. So I'm trying to figure out what that looks, and do use any of the Terraform, Saw Puppet, much PowerShell on Linux have you done in those years? Oh, that's an excellent question. I've done Linux for about 20 years. before the cloud, we used to do Red Hat. We used to run Oracle on it. From a GRC person, I used to have to. I did a video on that. I used to go through and walk with the DBA to figure out what the findings, what you guys should have set up. Somebody just responded. You have scanners to actually scan your database to figure out what those findings is. And yes, I actually used one of my big clients actually used Puppet. Of course, we use a ton of PowerShell personally. For me, I'm old school, so I use Corn Shell, which is then for there, I'm trying to think of what's AWS has their version of Terraform. It's not Ansible. It's not. I need to Google it. What is it, Femi? I'm tired. Yeah, Google that. Oracle has their version of it. It's not CloudWatch. I look it up. Just Google Terraform and versus AWS. They have their form that to automatically spin stuff up. So that's what I was doing in my labs, Femi. And if you don't find it, I'll look it up at the end. But yeah, they have their version of Terraform / Ansible. Once again, since I'm an AWS, I was using their version of that to like you said, automatically build your data center, your VPC, hook up your database to it. So once you spin up, right, you can get the VPC ID and the VP subnet ID, so you know where to build your stuff up while you have an automation. But yeah, look that up, Femi. AWS has their version of that. Yeah, facts. We were talking about that old database. Yeah. So yeah, databases is it. Let's see. Hi, Princess Sia. Hi. Execution. I mainly went through hard and checklist. Facts. That's what I do. I'm a W2. We're moving away from Prem to Azure, so I'm going to get facts. That's exactly what I'm doing. And we talked about that multi-cloud. And like you said, I usually do CIS checks, which is which is actually the schisms, which is the IRS checks, is based on that. And two, if you want to get down, shout out to my man, Struggle Security. I do a lot of STIG because I still do a little DoD work. One of my big customers want to do DoD, so we do the STIGs, GMR. So those are kind of what I do. And then the STIGs and the schisms and the STIGs actually has checks for the cloud, Azure and AWS. So they're mostly used. So definitely I'm always checking. Not Beanstalk, Cloud Formation. Zach got that. Cloud Formation, Zach's on it. Yep, look up Cloud Formation. That's their Terraform / Ansible. So I did a few labs using Cloud Formation. So shout out to Zach. I'm running low, but yeah, Cloud Formation. I'm now going in depth in data engineering, learn how to extract data facts, data lakes, data warehouse, and to be a full stack data. Yeah, facts. So the truth is, like my man TechRX said, / engineering cannabis / AI and ME, they have security data lake. So that's something I'm established. So what is a security data lake at a high level is? And we was actually talking about this at work and other places. Since you got on-prem, you got in the cloud, you got multiple cloud, you got a SOC, so you're getting alerts and logs from so many different places. Where are you gonna put those at, right? A lot of people were putting them into Splunk, but Splunk is so expensive, and there was some events and connectors that Splunk didn't even have. So people start creating security data lakes to put all those alarms in there before they put them in a Splunk, because they were cleaning them like it was a data warehouse. Because now we have so much, I hate this word, observation and observationability. And so really alarms and logins coming from so many places, you need somewhere to put it. So before you can start running analysis on it. That's what they got data lakes from. And security data lakes came about because all those were security alarms and logging from events, being 2019, SQL Server, just so many. So that's why they start creating security data lakes. And that was a weird term I never heard before. So nope, shout out, yep, Cloud Formation, yep, Cloud Formation, yep, seeing that, yep. So that's the one I was working on before I went to Terraform. Before I went to multi-cloud, I got to get more comfortable with AWS. So I was trying to do it with AWS. Yep, Azure, that's probably gonna be my 2024. So tech is insane. You wake up a new thing. Yeah, that's the good and bad part about tech. So what's the good part about it? You can make a good living, you can master something, and you can ride it. The bad part, even especially my age, is you got to go from mainframe to client service to back office to the cloud. So every 10 years, you got to keep learning to keep yourself up, right? Because remember, they were Power Builder programmers. I'm trying to think of Sybase. There's so many technologies that came and gone. BlackBerry, there were BlackBerry programmers, right? So a lot of jobs going to come and go. You got to make sure you stay up on your craft so you can stay up on your money, right? And a lot of times, too, as you stay up, you're going to get a supervisor position, manager positions, right? So I'll be first to sign up. Yep, facts. So that's kind of the good and bad. So let's finish up professional excellence. That's kind of what we're talking about. How do you become good at your craft? But what kind of degrees? What kind of certs? And two is soft skills. When you get as old as me, is I end up managing people or managing teams, even if that's not my official title. From a GRC perspective, my man brought up, if I do checks, there are findings. So I got to take those findings and work with the DBA findings to make sure they get that fixed. If they can't do this in the DBA world, what can we do? Right? From a development team, from a DevOps, SecOps, if they're not encrypting, as they write in the database, what can we use to encrypt? So that's you with GRC working as a project manager with the teams to get those findings fixed. Right. A lot of times they're going to look to you and say, okay, we doing this. You don't like it. What can we do? Right. So that's you working with the CTO, the security team, and the GRC coming together, right, to figure out that's best for your team. And we talking really about a lot of times is big companies. Big companies usually pay the best, right? So how do you get in there? How do we always talk about how do you get past the gatekeepers? Be that the advocate, the tech guy, the organizational fit. How do you position yourself? So, and the last one, to have a bright future. We want to make money. We want to, get in that life. We want to get in that top, fame type business sometime to get that money. So what steps do you need to do to get that? So where's certification? Should I go first? Data analytics, cybersecurity, digital IT support, project manager. So that is an excellent question. I would need a little more information is, what's your background? How long have you been IT? Have you been on a help desk for so long? Have you been a programmer for so long? Programming being, have you done UXI design? So two is data analytics. Have you been doing data analytics? Two, which one do you like more than the other? So I would need a few more questions, Zulu. Just a few more. Just a few more. And where is your Cash App? I got you can just hit the Cash App in inside YouTube. They get a 30% hit, but that's cool. I appreciate it. You can just hit the what is that? Yeah, the thing inside YouTube if you want. Or if not, let me know. I'll drop my Cash App. I just took people just hit the cash little button. Donate to the barbecue fund. I appreciate it. Yeah, reach out to me, and we can definitely hook up. Like I said, it'll look like this, but we'd be on a private communication. Reach out to my man, Keep It Techie out there. He actually has a calendar, so I want to hook you up with a few good people. So I would definitely reach out. And I don't know if you're familiar with Black Heights. He does a little more career development. So I will reach out to all of us. Zulu, get some of the best advice you can so you can make the best decision for you. But yeah, just reach out to me at Professor blackops@gmail.com. You can go to my about page on my YouTube channel. You'll see it out there. We can chop it up. Like so I need a little more information. What's up, big bro? Let me try. Can you recommend a source of learning for cloud? What I use is check out Theo. He's inside the Manosphere. Me, I use the digital cloud. I'll put the link in there. I like him. I'm trying to figure out who I really want to go with. Let's see. Digital cloud. Digital cloud. Oh. See, I brought up. I went with Digital Cloud. If you do Google him on YouTube, it's a Australian guy. He seemed to I seem to like him, and it's another guy that's on Udemy. Take a deep breath. Be sure you narrow down what you want. Exactly. Up. That's facts right there. You don't you can easily get overwhelmed and you just start chasing stuff. You want to figure out something and drill down to it and become not a SME, but you want to become really good at it because they're gonna be grilling you in the interview. So I def fundamentally never change tools, AI tool stat facts, NVIDIA chips, facts. That's Yep. Femi agree with digital class who I went to. And I that's who I use Femi. And when I got my fourth certs, I used his stuff. And I paid, I forgot, it was a nominal amount. Then he had like $100 and you get AWS labs for, I don't know, was it 6 months, Femi? Yep, Sven is the other guy. Yep. That's the guy that has because the digital cloud guy doesn't have the database cert. And Spin has the database cert on Udemy. So yeah, I liked him. Yeah, he had the database cert. So I was actually going to start going over him for the database cert because once again I want to start studying for that. And I probably start doing some videos for that. Long story short is shout out to that. I've been studying for my CISP and that's just been killing me. So I like doing database work. It's fun, but I don't know how that would translate into different cert. There's actually a database cert out there, Zulu. I'll bring it up real quick. Yep. I appreciate you, Zulu. Here, there's the digital cloud. So this is who I use for my. Go check out Theo Ratcliffe. Theo. He's in the YouTube. I haven't checked him out. I heard he did good work. To be honest, I need to reach out to him. I haven't really checked it out, but that's who I use from AWS. Sir, he has free videos on YouTube, but he has, of course, a paid thing. I'm actually thinking about doing his boot camp. I made up on my mind. I really liked him. So that's it. Then shout out to my man. Let me make that a little better. Those are the certs he recommended, but he didn't have the database cert on there. So let's make this a little better. So I got the cloud solution architect developer and a security architect one, right? When I see the machine learning, that makes me think of Tech RX down there. So two is shout out to Simon Scientist. I'm thinking about doing a professional one. I like the professional DevOps one. So, but those are it from this course. Then, like I said, you see it at the top. Digital cloud training. He has a sale. Like I said, I bought his AWS training. He has some AWS hands on. I bought that one. I thought that was pretty good. Thing about it's not you get 3 tries at each lab. I wanted unlimited. I wanted to take them forever, but I thought it was a good value for the price. Once again, so from AWS, that's what I do. I think Femi said he liked them. Yeah, I'm working on mine too. Yeah, I was, which I feel like I'm doing out. I was memorizing all the ports, the OSI model again, then the individual ports. Now I'm doing all the asymmetric security encryption and the symmetrical security encryption. Then I think I'm gonna take it. So we gonna see how that goes. Yeah, facts. I needed to get that because now I've been doing Yep. A lot of the senior positions now are asking for CISP, especially when you do the remote ones because so many people are applying for them. If you go on Indeed and you look at a remote, it's like 100 people apply for the job. So they're trying to figure out because they don't want to go through 100 resumes. So they're putting, if you're not CISP certified or got 10 years or sometimes both, you're not going to even get looked at for those senior positions. So at my age, a lot of old guys have them. So I think that's the one I'm gonna. Not I am studying for it. We're gonna see how that goes. So, like you said, that's one of the big ones. Let's see. I'm looking up all the search real quick. Browser. Okay, let's switch. Let's see. Here I'm gonna drop the link if anybody want to come up. I'm kind of rambling. I made my son cook today, so I'm gonna roll up on him. So let's look at the search real quick. What am I? Is that it? Yeah, there you go. So you see, let's get to the database one. This is a specialty one. They got data analytics, networking. There's the database one we're talking about. This probably, and that's the one from that Stephen guy I probably get. Let's talk about credentials, identify, develop critical skills cloud initiative that it especially validates expertise in recommending, designing, and maintaining AWS solutions. Oh shit! They want you to have 5 years of common database technology. Wow, I didn't see that on there. 2 years of hands-on experience on-prem and SQL. So they're going to teach you both of those on-prem AWS cloud and the NoSQL one. So that's the one right there for the database one. So that's the one. Wow, I'm surprised it said 3 years on. I appreciate it. It's a little all good. So we got to figure out how to get you past it, so you can take. I still would take it without the other 3. So that's the database one. Let's look at the. Let's see if we can look at the. There it is. Make that a little bigger. No, shout out to Keep It Techie. We talked a little bit about this. Wow, they want you to do ETL. Oh, those are target candidates, people that done that before. I'm just trying to figure out if they break down. See, workload specific database design, deployment and migration, management and troubleshooting. Shout out to database security. Acid versus base. I was trying to see if they were naming the database. See, their DynamoDB is hot. They want you to do NoSQL, which is a ton of those. See, they pushed their Amazon DynamoDB. I don't know if they were Amazon Cloud Formation, CLI, schema conversion. I'm put this in the chat box. But yeah, it's going over it. RPOs, hooking it to the SNS queues, fan out, CloudWatch. They didn't name the databases at all. I'm at the right there. They got to name the data. Oh, there it is. Here's all the databases they're looking at. Oh, I hear you. Give me a minute. What's going on? Oh, Femi's in the house. What's going on, man? Can you hear me? Femi, can you hear me? Let me see. Femi, I don't think. Can you hear me? I can't hear you, Femi.
Oh, can you hear me right now?
I can't hear you now. I can hear you now.
Oh, awesome. Nice. Wow. What's a day? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. How old are you, man?
Well, I'm in my 40s. You may not.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Hold on, Zulu. Yeah, that's cool. So how did your interview go? It sounded like it went like mine, man. Oh. Go ahead, Femi. How did your interview go? You want to chime in on
Oh, okay, yeah. So, it's interesting that actually, because when I saw the preview for your video, your live video, I was like, oh, this is like relatable. But well, straight to your question though. So the interview was, it was interesting. It was different. Like, it's prime when you've gone through certain things in life, and then you just come up with something that's just, I can't even find the words. It was just different. It was a lot. It was tense. It was just a mix of emotions, if you will.
Did you want to get up after the 3rd hour? I'm thinking I ain't getting this shit. I'm just not gonna come back. Go ahead. It was wearing me down. Go ahead.
Honestly, especially when speaking to someone like you that's been around for forever, and I mean it in a very
No, it's all
respectful
good.
manner. I mean, it's just the truth.
Facts.
Like if you had possibly the same experience as I did, then I'm doing something right, and in the sense that as much as I think mine, you probably lasted the third hour. Mine was from probably the first hour and a half, but the resilient person in me was like, there's no way I'm backing out. I'm gonna see to the end of this, because it makes for a proper story, even for myself. And then I can, for me, looking back, I wish I could do this every time. You know, I mean, whether I get the job or not, because it just reinforces. And with all humility, it kind of like just puts one on a certain pedestal, and it helps you and it helps other people too. If you, I mean, because whatever you're saying here is also helping other people as well. It's even helping you. It lets you know where you're at. It lets you know, even if you don't agree with certain things that happen, because we seem to have the similar experiences. Even without you saying anything, I can relate to a lot of what might be in your head without you saying it. But it kind of like just puts you on a pedestal. It keeps you grounded. It keeps you humble as well. I mean, even if you've always been, and then it makes you realize that I mean, there's a lot more things out there for you to also catch up to as well. I mean, not saying that you didn't know that already.
No. You're right. No. Let me chime in, and that's one thing one reason I want to do it. Even though I've been in 30 years, I'm still learning, right? Because technology's ever changing, ever growing, and like you said, I wanted other people to say, I'm old, and you're not going to win every battle, you're not going to get every job. But like you said, I learned, even at my age, I learned so much from it, from the star and the 5 hours doing it. I got a lot better from the interview. But go ahead, Femi, I'm going to let you finish up.
Yeah, and I remember, I think, I don't know if you had I suspect you also had a break, because I mean, we're not robots. At some point, I think I may have had like a 30-minute break or so, even though each of those interviews looked like it was taking forever. Let's be honest. I mean, so I called one of my friends who's also a friend to Microsoft MVP that we both know of, and I spoke to him because I mean, he's had his own experiences as well. He's worked with some major corporations, if you will, and he hasn't been that long in IT, even though he's done IT related things. And when I called him and I told him, man, I'm only barely halfway through this interview, this is what I've experienced so far. I mean, like I wrote in the chat, not literally so, but it was like, damn, you know. But one thing I would say though is this kind of interviews, I mean, despite our thoughts, this kind of interviews are, I think they're needed and necessary. It might sound like 5 hours is a lot, and it's, of course it is, but for me it shaped my thought processes, you know, and even the way I study, the way I would do interviews in future, the way I would, you know, mentor people. And I mean, because first of all, it's their culture. I mean, every company seems to have its own culture. And while again, I might not agree with everything that happened, that transpired, because it wasn't necessarily my first experience, to be honest. It was like my second experience with it. I think my third. I think the first one was with just a single person guy, and he was I think called out. It wasn't even in. Anyway, he had a similar background as myself in terms of what we first studied for. I mean, I think he did something that had to do with some kind of biological related program. I mean, I read biology like I said originally, but irrespective, that first interview kind of gave me some kind of different perspective. It was more like a discussion. It was just a 1 hour interview, and it was networking laden. But one thing I quickly realized was that sometimes, as much as they could talk about the star, or they could talk about the loop thing that we was talking about. See, first of all, I'm not even going to lie to you. When I did a lot of research and reading, and I watched a lot of videos prior to even my very first experience with AWS interviews, I spoke to a couple of people that I met on LinkedIn, whether in Europe or in the US here, or even in Africa, that basically work with them. And one thing, my perspective may change, and you might have a different opinion about what I'm about to say. I have this feeling that it's not a one size fits all thing. It just depends on sometimes. Yes, they're going to work within the ambits of the star thing and whatever culture they're referring to, which is a real thing, I think. But I think it also depends on who's interviewing you for the most part. Again, I may be wrong, but it's just my experience. I can only speak to my experience.
No,
but
I think
it's interesting.
You're right on that, because I had some junior guys interview me, and they kind of wanted to know. They really wasn't in the store. They want, what have you done and what have you done lately? So, like you said, it's the culture and who's interviewing with the star, and how, like you said, how you're going to use it to fit in with that particular person and that particular culture at the time. Like you said, when people interview you as a person, you got to be flexible like that, okay? And you got to kind of read people, right? Where as they interview you, I try to read people and kind of, okay. Sometimes you can say something, you can look at a guy's face, you like, oh yeah, he didn't like that at all.
So, that. I don't know if it's true, because I refuse to think that, and I know you're human as well, but I refuse to think that you're easily thrown away by people's reactions. But
no, I don't turn away, but I try to read them, because that's gonna tell me I need to try to figure out how to weave back in there, right? Because sometimes you look at people, you can like, yeah, he not feeling up. So then you got to kind of adapt to kind of figure out, because you're trying to touch that person and make sure that person relates to you, right? So that's the only reason I say that. You don't turn around, it's just like, okay, he didn't like that answer, so I got to figure out what is he gonna like, and how do I, touch that person.
I think you were the one that interviewed me. There was because there's something. there. I think it was a second lady. Because a lot of them, and I mean, I don't mean it in no cynical way, because we're talking about real people and real interviews that happen. And of course, it's no surprise that a lot of those interviewer, for the most part, they're either Indians or, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, facts. Right. So we got to figure out how to blend in there and get in there. So
right.
You facts. And two is, for some Indian people love me, man. I work with a lot of them. I understand how they think a lot.
It's same with me. So there's a point I was driving at why I brought that in, because I don't want people to feel a certain way. It's just a reality. They walked their way up to this level. And I mean, I had to, at some point, I had to go into the history or have to go to this point, and it was quite, and I'm trying to do the same thing. Hopefully when I get to, I mean, I'm not trying to wait till that point, but I'm trying to get to a level where I can at least talk to my own demographic a lot more, just like the likes of yourself are doing, because we also need that critical mass, whether here in America or, as you can tell, I'm African, I'm Nigerian, originally. But that being said, the second lady that interviewed me, she was Indian. I can tell you without holding back, she was not feeling me at all.
You could tell sometimes. You could tell. It's like, I'm gonna need to switch up my technique.
Right. Now the third guy, who was more like the advocate. I make this sound funny now that it wasn't advocating for me, but I mean, we had an interesting conversation though. It was quite interesting. It kind of liked me. I'm not gonna lie.
But that's a weird thing to me though, because I'm trying to, okay, is he really on my side or is he trying to set me up? Right? Because that was kind of, I've never had that in an interview, so for me that was a learning process to kind of figure out, okay, how am I working with the advocate? Is he telling me something extra, or is he trying to figure me out to figure out if I'm a fit? That advocate was a little different.
I don't know if you did this, but at some point I actually told him without telling him. He kind of got the message that, are you trying to mess with me? And he kind of smiled and he was like, nah.
He was. That was interesting.
And then I had one that was, I think it was the very last guy. No, actually, that's a different one. On this occasion, one of my other experiences had to do with, it was just one guy, and this was a network guy. He was the one that told me some other person that told me previously that he never even knew what AWS was all about till he started working there. So I kind of like, at some point, because after the interview, like some interviews will typically are, especially these days, I think, they'll give you time to ask them questions. And I know you got to that part as well. So because all along I had this thing in my head about the trajectory of his questioning. Yes, I understood what I was getting myself into, but it's one thing when the job description states a certain thing.
Yeah.
And then when they start questioning you,
Yeah, that happened to me too.
At some point, with that networking guy, when I had this singular interview, this was a different AWS interview, by the way. It was so into ARG EIGRP,
Okay.
and I'm like, hold on, like now you're going too far. I mean,
Yeah.
I have CCNA level networking knowledge, but I mean, well, I don't, you can't make this up. Like, it wasn't meant to be this way. That's what I thought. So at some point, I felt like actually just ending the interview. I'm not going to lie. And I think he quickly realized that. And what was supposed to be like a 1 hour interview turned into like a 30-minute interview. Because at some point, I was like, you know what? I'm done with this. But back to the 5 hour one, because again, I know I just deviated. The very last guy that I interviewed with, he was the one we had some kind of like disagreement, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because you're gonna find a way to be respectful still. Not that I mean, you really want the job, but at the same time, if someone's saying something that you know for a fact, I mean, this is not even you trying to like be combustible or something. When you just know that what this guy's saying is totally wrong, you gotta find a way to let him know, because hey, yes,
I think they do that on purpose to see if you're going to challenge. Because a lot of the questions too is, how would you handle something if if you got pushback from the client, or you and the client wasn't on the same page? Because they want to figure out what's your conflict resolution. Especially at the 6, I got a lot of conflict resolution. That's kind of
I can see why.
I think he did that on purpose. But go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you done. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No,
something I didn't want at the top of my head that I didn't want to forget. I think I can see why they wouldn't have sent you like a pre-interview test question, because they did that twice to me.
Okay.
And it was all over the place. It was Linux, it was networking, it was virtualization, it was security, it was database, and it was a lot, But I can see why, because I mean, I think they're making a mistake by not hiring you. That's my opinion.
No, I appreciate it. Like I said, I think if it was compliance, I'd have done better, but they were shifting all over. So
yeah, but there's this thing where the way when we speak about the loop thing, the way they try to figure out where you probably fit in, because I think I can see where their interview process seems to vary from we see that even though originally we're interviewing you for this, but we can see where you fit better, because again, I do not know if they sent you like some list of areas where you're strongest, because they did that to me.
They ain't do none of that to me. I just said that. So, Femi, I'm gonna make you wrap up a little bit. Let me get Zulo in here, man. We've been chopping it. Let me let Zulu come up in here.
Oh no. I just got a few questions to ask. That's all.
Okay. Hold on, Femi. Let me let Zulo in there. Go ahead. Femi might be able to answer them too, because we probably have different visions, and he's a little younger than me. What you got, Zulu? Jump in there.
Okay, so basically this, right? I've been studying cloud information for like the last 3 months, 4 months, right? I've been watching your videos for about like 6 months, right? So I'm finally getting up the courage to kind of like make that plunge from where I am, from like, let's say novice, it's basically like a novice, into, let's say, I want to get into the intermediate level, right? So I was trying to figure out what courses should I take, or what do I have to go to the full degree route to actually get into database analytics, or just database in general, because that's what I really want to do. That's my personal passion, but I'm kind of shooting blind because nobody in my family does this kind of work, so I can't really.
I would look at and I drop it in the chat, is AWS has a database certificate. I will start studying that. I think somebody put that Stephen guy in there. I don't know if Femi put the Stephen guy in there. Look him up on YouTube. He has videos on the AWS database. And two is that, and the reason I'm starting out with the AWS database is they got 4 or 5 different, and I put it on the screen. They got 4 or 5 different databases to figure out if you're gonna like this. Reach out to my man, Keep It Techie. He's actually a DBA. He was in the chat. We actually did a video talking about becoming a database architect.
So how long was that go? Like, how many months was that go? Like, I mean, I was like 4 months ago, 2 months ago, or what?
With the video?
Yes, sir.
Shit, that was like last week. I mean, probably a couple days ago, because Savage Scientist was with me on there. I'll put it in the chat. Savage Scientist, if you out there, drop that DBA with me and you and keep it techie in it, Savage Scientist, if you still in the box. If not, shoot me an email and I'll send it to you.
Okay, I'll just shoot you an email. I'm dropping a little bit more coins in the collection basket then while I'm here.
You good. What else you need while you up? But yeah, because to be honest, I started off as a programmer, then I went to a DBA. So I actually love databases. I just make more money doing cybersecurity. I did a shit. I was an Oracle DBA for 5 years. Okay.
Because for me personally, I want to get into. I think those two fields are almost kind of like interconnected. Basically, they're like are permanently interconnected because you got the information that you're trying to get, and information you're trying to keep people from out of. So for me personally, I think that's basically if you learn both skills, you're basically always guaranteed a job. So for me, I was looking at it as like those are two things that I necessarily want to do, at least for the next phase of my life. I really want to get into that. So I was trying to figure out, who I need to talk to, what area I'm in, because like basically I was going into certain situations blind, and I was like, going into situations blind is not, it is not the move. It is not the move, especially when you're dealing with people that don't got your best interests at heart. I'm gonna say that much. So
my man Femi holding up a book, so I try to make it bigger on the screen. I don't know if you can see the screen. It's up, look upside down. Hell, Femi, I can't read it. It's AWS. Oh, okay. He's got it. No, he's got it. That's the AWS certification book. He's got it.
Yeah, I wish I could make it, so I'll just recommend that for you as well. In addition to Stephen Marek's, I was spelling it wrongly in the chat.
No, that's the guy.
The guy's the like that guy's the go-to of AWS. That's all you need for. That guy's good.
Him, the Australian guy, Steven. I started with the Australian guy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like you said, Steven's the only one that did the database cert part. So that's after I do the CISP. That's probably what I do next. But not fact. So let me drop. I'm gonna drop that. I'm gonna drop the certification in the chat. And shoot me an email. But yeah, that's the certification that's referencing that book he had. That's the actual AWS course. And like you said, Steven, is that his name?
Yeah, Stephen Marek.
Yeah. He's on AWS and I saw him on Udemy.
He has everything that you're looking for.
Yeah. So I was gonna try to catch him because like every 2 months, don't they do like a $15 class or something? So I was gonna try to catch him with the $15 class or something. But yeah, that's the guy.
Oh, appreciate. I actually. Oh, that's kind of actually guideline. Appreciate that, man. That's a blessing, man. Thank you.
We're here to help you, but yeah, get started. And like you said, come back and reach out. And two, look at my man, Keep It Techie, because that's what he does for a living. Is DBA work.
Keep It Techie right there.
Yeah, he's with people. Yeah, he talks about Linux.
I just subscribed to him a few minutes ago.
Yeah. So reach out to him. Hit him on. Go to about. Shoot him an email. He's got a calendar, so you can actually set up a meeting with him. He's actually a DBA in real life.
Okay.
I've been a DBA in 10 years, but now he's done it for life. So check out my man, Keep It Techie.
Okay, then definitely. I appreciate it. I don't want to keep y'all heavyweights necessarily busy with my light work though. With my light work. So
we want to help everybody, man. We want you to come through so you can help everybody, man. So.
Hey, man. Each one teach one. That's the method, man. So
Facts, man.
So I appreciate it. I'm definitely gonna drop down, let y'all have y'all conversation, and I'm just gonna listen from the cloud.
All good. So yeah, Femi, I try to tell people, one reason I want to have this conversation, I'm glad you came up, is don't be scared. What's the worst thing? You didn't get the job and you don't have a job. So you still gonna get better. I learned a lot from AWS, and to me, like you said, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna get one of these $300,000 jobs. I only got 10 years left though. You got about 20, so I gotta hurry up. Go ahead, man.
Well, I mean, you've lived a life and you're still living it. And so long as, I mean, what's life without something that's worth living it for? You know what I mean? So anyways, one of the things that really inspired me to the point where I'm at, and I'm still on the journey. I'm still learning. I ain't nowhere near you, and even with you're still humble. It's just like you do know Kev Tech.
That's my man.
That's your man right there.
Oh yeah.
Kev Tech led me to the likes of yourself, to Keep It Techie, and I mean doing Lightful to in a minute. You know,
he works for AWS now.
He does. Yeah. And that's why it's been pretty difficult, catching up to him.
Oh yeah, he's impossible. Yeah, he one of the big dog goats, man. I think he got what, like 70,000 subscribers now. It's hard to get.
Right.
Yeah,
And
it's
you
like,
know, we've been working for AWS is a lot,
oh,
so I can see why he's been out of
okay.
circulation for a bit. But
Yeah.
that being said, like I keep telling people, like I've only been doing this for a couple of years, and
Okay.
it looks like I've been doing this forever, but
Facts,
it's not
facts.
true. It's a lot of hard work. I mean, it's a
It
lot, but it has its rewards. And so the way I look at it is, I mean, I failed exams. I failed in life a lot. KevTech was the first person that spoke to the fact that, I mean, you got to embrace failure. And I've taken that up as my mantra. I've had people that have also helped into IT as much as I still consider myself fresh. But I mean, some of the people I work with, it's ridiculous the amount of experience they have. And that's where I know that it's not about, I mean, yes, it's about the experience, but experiences also change with time as well. We live in different times. No one's going to learning Windows 3.0 or something now. I mean, you're going to start basically from where people are starting from now. Yes, there's still the history of computers and stuff for you to take in, but nobody really cares about all what happened in 1972.
They don't.
So I mean, but I always tell people, like, this is not just about you wanting the money. You better have the passion for it as well. Otherwise, you quickly burn out. I mean, easy. You're gonna get. I mean, even people that have the passion, that are making the money. I mean, you can speak to this even better than I can. There's still burnouts. You get frustrated at times.
And the cool thing is, the domain is so big, because shout out to Science. I programmed for 10 years, but you start getting PSD, you start putting stuff in production, it don't work, and you start getting tickets and people start yelling. So then I start going to more to GRC, because I'm just reviewing stuff and compliance. Then shout out to Struggle Security. He went to management. So there's a management side you can go to, or you can stay in the tech, right? So there's the domain is so big. Like tech, there's kind of like a cap on how much you can make. Managers, you get up there, you start getting part of sales. If you want to go tech sales, they start giving you restricted stock units as part of management, supervisors. So the domain is so big. And two is, we didn't get into that, is what side of tech you want to be on, a management, or you want to stay tech all the way. It's just a huge domain, man.
And I think part of what, and again, I may be wrong, you could correct me on this, because I see the way your trajectory has gone. I mean, personally, maybe also because even in my previous life, I've always loved teaching people as well within my capability, because if nothing else, it also helps you too. One thing I do realize, and it's not just with tech, if you're not like learning other things, I mean, this is not you trying to be a jack of all trades. If you're not learning other things, I think it also adds to the frustration, because things are quickly going to leave. I mean, you're just going to be stuck.
No, it's true. The reason why, like you said, how I got here is, like you said, I was a programmer. Then I started inserting stuff into the database, and I'm like, well, I need to learn databases, because I'm putting stuff in there, it's not coming out. Then when I learned databases, like, oh, I got to figure out the operating system, because I want to start Oracle on Linux, right? So then those skills start stacking, right? And we talk about fundamental skills. So as you learn more to do your job better, you start stacking skills. Like, so I went from programming to databases, and I'm like, okay, databases, I need to learn how to install it on Unix. Then when I went from Unix, I had to learn PowerShell, because you want to start scripting it. Now you take all that stuff you used to do manual, now you're doing it in the cloud, right? And you're automating a lot of that stuff. Terraform, cloud formation. So you keep building those skills that starts just building on each other, and you just become better as a person. And like you said, you won't get as frustrated. So I like learning. So that's how I just kept accumulating skills over 20 years.
And I think that kind of puts you ahead of the curve, as you can tell. You know this better than most of us.
Oh yeah, fine.
Because the reason why I bring this up as well is, at some point, initially I was struggling with even learning anything that had to do with programming. I mean, as far back as way back when, even when I didn't have a computer, I was already able to understand how to write HTML, even though that's not quite programming as we know it.
That's a start, right?
Right.
You're doing pages, so it's not like you said traditional program, but you learn the structure. You got to put it in a certain syntax way, or your page is not going to work. So no, I think that, like you said, that's really the beginning part of programming, because you got to structure it a certain way, even as an HTML page, to get it to come up.
Right. And then eventually, at some point, I was like, okay, let me at least start with what everybody seems to think is the right way to start to learn programming in recent years, which is Python. And initially, I was like, oh man, I don't think I'll ever be good at this, and I just put it away and just went basically to like desktop kind of thing. But fast forward to now, it looks like everything. I mean, whether one likes it or not, it's been coming. Everything's been automated. It's either you have. It's almost like you have no choice. You got to be a programmer in a way. You got to learn to script in a way, and there's nowhere else proves it even more beyond even the cloud than even networking, because now you begin to have a lot of scripting and networking for the same things that used to require you to have to do it probably even manually, or just do within the command line CLI for Cisco, for example. Now you're having to use Python.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. The cool thing, though, like you said, is a lot of times your cloud formation, it comes pre-built with all that for you. You just click a button and it'll just build everything for you. Right, it'll build your 3-tier cloud formation or Terraform. Like you said, that's part of automation. So you might not write it, you might just get it from somebody else and run it. So that's going to be the interesting part of the future.
It's really interesting. I mean, although sometimes I tell myself I wish I met certain people I met in recent years a long time ago, but everybody has a journey. You can't complain.
You got to go where you work. Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's like I should have did this 10 years ago. I'm late.
I mean, when I first moved to the US several years ago, I knew I would love to do this. But as a matter of fact, a funny story in a way. At the time, I kind of like I bought a book for what's it called, CompTIA A+, and as well as one for CCNA. I had no clue what I was getting myself into. I can't remember how I got myself to buy the book. I just knew I'd always wanted to do something that had to do with technology. Even if I'd ended up as a medical student, which was one of my plans, I probably would have ended up in technology. Either way. I mean, even in medicine, right now, there's some kind of revolution that's leading to a point where even, believe it or not, I know even doctors might have to learn some kind of it's getting to that point. I actually have a younger, he's like I call him my younger cousin. He lives in England right now. He's a doctor who's going that route too. And I know a couple of people that are in the medical field that are going that route as well. It's just the way the world is heading to right now. Now, at that time, if it's a case of if I knew what I know now, but unfortunately I just didn't have someone to, tell me, oh yeah, I mean, this is how you start. Okay, these are your options. This is what you could, some kind of, maybe not a mentor, but someone to just, show you what.
Yeah, and that's it. And to dove on that, that's what I'm kind of working on too, is get young 8th grade men to get them into tech and just show them different tech so they can kind of figure out what part they like. If they want to just show them different stuff in the cloud. AWS has a autonomous racing car, and you can program it to. It has visual stuff in there like AI. So that's kind of what I want to get young guys started in and kind of back them off. Okay, when you're doing that, you're really in the cloud, and you're really doing this right to make that car run. So I'm thinking about how to get young men interested in IT, and that's kind of from an AWS perspective. That's kind of one thing I've been throwing around.
Yeah, that would be a great thing. Honestly, that would be a great thing. But thanks, man. Thanks.
You're
nice
welcome.
Meeting you, man.
I'm glad you came up, because a lot of people be nervous. I try to get people sometimes to be nervous. So yeah, I'm just glad you did it, and you shared your part of AWS, like you said. Hopefully, next time we get more people in the pipeline, get interviewing, and 4 or 5 of us actually get those $300,000 jobs, right? So that's how doing this hopefully gets people ready, even myself ready, like you said, for the next go round, so we know what's coming and be ready for it. So
I always wanted to also, if you will, I always want to tell people that you're gonna stumble a lot of times. I still stumble, because I think one thing I've noticed, especially with our people, is at the very first hint of failure, they seem to give up. And I tell them, I'm like, you don't want to hear my story. Like, I mean, I still struggle sometimes. I mean, I'm sure it still happens to you. I mean,
Oh, I still struggle. I struggle with AWS. But two, that's one reason I wanted to do this stream, to tell people it's okay. You're not gonna get every interview. You're not gonna get every $300,000. It's like you said, it's a process and a journey. So that's one reason I want to do this stream and show people there's a reality. Everybody's not gonna get the $400,000 job on TikTok with the Porsche, right? That's not reality. So nah, you're 100% right.
Like I took this Power BI because I'm crazy sometimes. I'm crazy like that. I took it 3 times before I passed it the first time, and I'd only be studying for how long was it? And actively doing labs and stuff. I mean, I taught myself SQL recently as much as I can because I kind of, and now I'm trying to go for the Azure Administrator Architect exam. I failed it twice last year, but as crazy as I am, I'm gonna get it because I know there might be there's this thing about I don't get into too much into the debate about does certifications matter. The way I look at it, the way it works for me, it forces me to learn. That's the way it works for me. And I'm a person that I like validation. I want to validate that if I don't pass the exam, I may know it, but to me, I don't know it. It's just what works for me is just the way, everybody has their motivations in life. Yeah. So in addition to, yes, I'm not making what I want to make right now, but it's going to happen. It's just where I am, so, and I like to share the stories because we all have different experiences in life.
Thanks. But no, that's kind of how I am with my search. And we were talking about that in the last stream is I'm like you, my search validated if I'm consuming the material right. So that's kind of, I'm with you on that. So I do that. But 2 is we like, okay, we got to focus on what search we got to make sure we're going in the right path too. So we just kind of talk about balancing that and what does that mean. So no, you're 100% right. So that was kind of one of the debates we were going back.
At the same time, I also hope that people have because to what Zuli said previously, because I don't know how it's happened with you, but I've been that kind of person where at some point I was confused. I was trying to do this, I was trying to do that.
Oh yeah, facts.
Until I got to the point where, and I spoke to people, and I listened to people. I've listened to you through the years as well. I've listened to all kind of people, online, offline, and I got to the point where I actually sat down and I kind of analyzed it within myself. Because again, I don't know what your perspective is with what I'm about to say. Everybody's different. Everything's not for everybody, even within the IT space. You got to find, at some point, yes, you need guidance. But I may say go for AWS. You might end up not even liking to go that route. But until you try these things and you don't give up at the very first inch of, oh man, am I good enough? Because again, sometimes I don't think I'm good enough, but I still get by anyway. So one thing I sat down and sitting down doesn't mean that it happened just once. It was over a period of time, and I began to analyze and again, it comes with as you get more experience, as you explore, as you talk to people, it begins to make a lot more sense, And so even though I'm mentioning, and you've mentioned a couple of things that you've been into, a lot of them make sense because in my own case, from desktop to learning how to use and troubleshoot Macs, and not because I was going to stay doing that, to learning database, to having an idea of the security domain, even if it's not at the level of like beyond security plus, but at least I have that locked in, to having CCNA, network knowledge, to maybe other things I may not have mentioned, to PowerShell and stuff like that. At some point, a lot of these things begin to make sense when you actually have an end game in mind, which in my own case, for example, just as is appearing to be the case for you, is the cloud. At the end of the day, it's not just working in the cloud. You're going to have specialties in the cloud that you're working in, because it's not just about, it's AWS or there's specialties in there as well. So now at that point when I sat down and I kind of like, reorientated myself, if you will, it kind of began to coalesce. It began to make sense that, all of these bits and pieces, I'm not sure, again, it's not you trying to be a jack of all trades. At some point, you're going to eventually want to like specialize in maybe 1, 2, at the most 3, domains, because you can't know it's impossible.
No, facts. And I think too is, and we've been talking about that off and on, is when you build something, that forces you to put those things together and figure out what you like. So he wants to do databases, but when I did a database in my lab, I actually hooked up a Lambda, actually insert into a DynamoDB database, right? So they kind of, okay, I set up the Lambda, now I'm inserting to a DynamoDB. Did I like it? Did I understand it? What part of that from a security perspective? But when you build labs, that forces you to take those individual components that are scattered and forces you to build something. Then you can figure out if you like it once you start building stuff, right? So that's why I tell people, once you start labbing with a purpose, all right. So when my labs build on each other, that's kind of when I figure, okay, I'm trying to build X. Okay, did I like X? I had to build a database. What type of database? Like you said, it's the domain is so big, you got to figure out what you want to focus on and what you want to concentrate on. So.
You know, it gets even more complex. Maybe not complex or complicated. It gets even worse when you sleep tonight and you wake up the next night and morning and there's a new or a couple more new services. It's like I even lost count of the services.
Yeah, but I think you brought that up though, and that's what we talked to him, and I was trying to tell my man, you got to kind of pick something and focus on it, right? Because AWS is a gazillion service. You can just look at it and never master or even understand anything. So you just got to figure, okay, I'm gonna do DevOps, I'm gonna do programming, I'm gonna do developer, I'm gonna do a DBA, and focus on that and build labs to make sure you become competent in that. Then you can add services as you get competent in one area, right? Then it starts building on each other. But like you said, you got to focus because man, AWS comes out with a new service. It seems like every other month.
And Azure doesn't even help, even though some people seem to like Azure more. You might understand Azure a lot more easily, but there's a lot of there's a lot of traps when it comes to Azure because it's simple on one hand, but on the other hand, it's kind of a lot more complicated. No wonder the exams seem to be a lot more, at least the SysOp exams is a lot more difficult. It's the most difficult cloud exam in a lot of people's opinion, and I can tell you that for free. It looks a lot more difficult, but it's not impossible to pass. People pass
that's on my list. I need to get to that. But now, let's see. Winslow, you right. Build it manually first before you automate it. So that's what I tried to do. I was doing my EC2. I did my load balancer. I was then like you said, I put it in cloud formation and try to automatically build it. Then I created an image so I don't have to create the same image. That's my gold image. So when my EC2 spin up, it'll grab that gold image to build it. But like you said, all that's in automation, and you build it to as you get better and better. And go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I think I caught you. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Go
ahead. What do you think about this line of thought from me? And don't laugh at me. I'm about to say something to you.
Never laugh at you. Go ahead.
After I passed the AWS Solutions Architect exam, right? I didn't think, not because I'm bragging. I didn't not even bother taking the cloud practitioner one because I'm telling you now, I'm crazy. So.
No, that because really the cloud practitioner. See, we think a little different. Is you study, so you was like, well, all the stuff in the cloud practitioner, probably half of that you needed to know for the architect, right? And the cloud practitioner really just went over the services. So I don't think it's 100%. I'm just an old school guy. I taught for 10 years, so for me, that's just going from one to other, right? It's just like, okay, for me, practitioner was just chapter one and me getting to where I needed to get to, right? So, but like you said, though, if your fundamentals good, you go straight to calculus, right? You don't need a prerequisite, right? So that's how I think about it.
So maybe I was just lucky that the way I started, I overdid it. We had the foundation levels to the point where on-prem. To the point where when I open, because I'm not gonna lie, I bought the books. Because I'm a book person. Even if I'm gonna watch video, I like to read. So I read through the book. I watched the video. I think his name is Andrew something. He's on YouTube. He has a lot of those videos, real cool videos as well. So I went to the videos. I'm like, man, this thing looks too easy for me. So, no disrespect. I just didn't take it.
No. But I just don't disrespect. Think like we talked about, and I tell people, especially because once again, I taught at a community college for 10 years. You got to figure out how you learn to maximize your learning. Some people like to read. Some people like to do videos. Some people like to do labs. There's a ton of ways to learn. It's not one size fit all. You got to figure out what you like to do. Like I'm a hands-on guy. I like to read it, then I like to build it, right? So people learn differently. And the end goal is you get the skills. Well, that's the only thing really matters. All that really helps you get skills so you can articulate that to AWS so you can get hired. How you get them right is a whole different animal.
So, but when I got that solutions architect exam, when I passed it, it was at the second attempt, though. Keep in mind, I never always pass my exams the first time. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. To this point, I did hear this Microsoft Azure thing is going.
That's not a good thing. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Open book is not a good thing. People think it's a good thing.
No,
that is a setup.
Yes.
That's a setup.
I wouldn't even advocate for that. I wouldn't even if it's open book, I don't care. I'll still do it like it's closed book. I don't believe in that.
The reason why it's a setup, remember I taught for 10 years. When we do open book, we're gonna give you about 45 seconds to answer those questions. You ain't gonna have time to flip through. If you're doing 100, you might get to look up 20. So that time is gonna be super compressed. I promise you. That's
what gives you the impression? What gives you the impression that you're actually gonna get the question right? Because you probably waste time looking for a question you would not even get right. That's the way I think. I've never done it before, but that's the way I think.
Yeah, it's a setup. So yeah, like we said, that ain't good, Helmet Chili. Shout out to Helmet Chili. One of my day ones coming too. But no, once again, I think people learn differently, and I think that's one thing I think technology is going to help with how people learn and figuring out how people learn differently and assisting them with that. So
I was going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
I know I'm going round and round on this. So after I passed the AWS Solutions Architect exam, in my head, I'm like, okay, now I have the certification to back up my knowledge. Let me go apply. Something I quickly realized though, because sometimes you need a little bit of being brought back to earth. We all need that at some point in life, I think. So I quickly realized that even what is considered a solutions architect is actually more like a developer. You just have to be able to like know how to use to script and probably use languages and stuff. So my question is, I know you were speaking to the fact that when you had that interview, even though you, of course, we can't belabel the fact that you think you're going for one.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Now, I think, in my opinion, I think it's easier for someone that's coming from a developer type background. It's a lot easier for you to get by the architecture side than someone that is coming from the architecture side and is now trying to probably ramp up on their developer knowledge.
Well, for me, and I'm old school, remember? So I think the two paths, these are not the only two paths, but for me, the two foundational paths people should start on is developer, right? You creating your apps, right? And you building it, even if you're in AWS, right? And you build it, you learn it. The other one is CNA networking, because when you do your networking, and that's really the foundations of your architecture networking, controlling your path, controlling your firewall. So those two paths, to me, everything builds on top of those two. I since I start off as programmer, I like that better. But you can see from the questions in there, network is the foundation, because when you build your network, once again, you got to do your security groups. The two there now with the future, your on-prem and your clouds got to look like one network in an organization. So I think those two together starts out as the base. So I started as programming, then I got a little better at networking. Now I know some networking guy, like you said, they struggle with programming, but your foundation, even in the cloud, is when you start a VPC, that's your network. Your subnets, right? You spend them. Like I said, I cheat. I just do 255, right? So I got 16,000, but that's still the base of your network. But when you put your programming on, your program is going to go on a server that's on a subnet, right? So all of that, those are the two, I think, the basis of it.
Okay, maybe that might change my orientation a bit. I just kind of felt if I already was a very, very good developer, again, with the way I comprehend things, I think I'll just take.
It helps, but a lot of programmers. Shout out to savvy scientists. Citizen Luke. I know guys just program and never really expanded anything else. They became exceptional at programming, Java, C#. You talk about that Power Apps platform, Power Automate. They just master that, and they just give it to DevOps, and DevOps put it into production. They don't worry about any of that.
And speaking of that Power Apps thing, that's another beast in right now. That's something.
That's funny. I did a video. I've been messing around with Power Automate, so
Okay.
I've been playing a little bit around with that. So yeah, Savage Science is in there. So a lot of programmers, I mean, if you're good at a certain level, they just say, "I'm gonna check my code in, and you as a solution architect is gonna build it. You're gonna put my code where it should go." They don't worry about that. Now, me, like I said, I want to become a complete architect, CTO. I want to understand all of that. A lot of people just say, "I'm just gonna like Dewan. I'm just gonna do networking, right? And I'm not gonna worry about the rest of that. I set up the network, and the architects got to worry about spinning up DevOps, DevSecOps." So a lot of people, I'm not gonna call it people, they over specialize and they just stay in that specialty domain. I don't recommend that. I like to understand most of it and get better over the years, but there's a lot of ways to do it. So
so does it make sense if I imply that for example, I'm more of a network type, architect type person, right?
What does architect mean to you, though? What does an architect mean to you?
Well,
let's level set.
You caught me right there.
I mean, what does, because to me, when you say architect, right, it's like you designing the whole building. So you designing the network, right? You got designing the subnets. If you got on-prem in the cloud, right? A lot of people don't know, Dewan, you could put a Cisco marquee router right inside your VPC, and it makes it look like it's one network with on-prem, right? So when you talk about architect, there's global architects, because I work with Fortune 500 company. They had offices in, like you said, in Africa, Brazil. They had 4 offices in the United States. They wanted it all to look like one network, right? So the architect from network, he had to make sure all that stuff works, and you can get from one part of the world to the other part. What speed is it going to be? Are you going to do an ISDN, DSL? There's a lot. What part of that do you want? All of it. What do you want? What do you want?
It's things like this that make you know the difference between a don and and a semi learner, if you will. I mean, you're way ahead of me. So a lot of times you want to be careful when you use words, right? So
right, and that's what my man Calvin is, right. and that's what I tell people. And it took me years to figure it out is, when you say a word, is it level set from the organization? One of my mentors, white guy, we used to say done. And he goes, what does done mean? Are we done programming? We done in production? We done with testing? Are we done? Is it working in production? What the hell is done? So that's kind of where I got that from. He said, I need done with context. So that's what made me ask that question. Because when you say done, are you done with programming? Done with testing? Done with, we call it enterprise test, or isn't it done? We in production, it's running smooth. So I always tell people you got to level set your words so everybody knows where everybody's talking about, right?
And so something I self-critic myself about, and I think I'm trying to get better at this. I hope all of us do the same thing. Is sometimes when I meditate, I think in terms of, especially when you're speaking publicly. It could be even interviews, or when you're communicating with people on your team, or it could be anything in life. So I take that back. Now, so what I meant to say, what I ought to have said was, I'm coming from background wise, the way I started into IT, even on the foundation I built myself up on, and which I'm also leveraging into other things, was from the what you could consider the physical architecture type thing. I mean, nothing to do with a developer type mindset, if you will. Yeah. So and for me, the reason why I asked you the previous question about your thoughts on whether you think it's a lot easier for someone that is because of how I came into IT, and the fact that I previously tried getting into programming, and I just felt, man, you know what? Let me put this aside for now. Because again, I've been toying around with different things. Because keep in mind, again, if I go back to what I told you originally about how when I first came into the US, I had gotten a book on CompTIA. I didn't even know what I was doing. I'm pretty sure I must have done some research or spoken to not necessarily spoken to anybody, but it was just me, just playing around with things. So anyway, so now with me now trying to reinvent myself and get better, because I think I've gotten better with trying to teach myself programming, because it's not the easiest thing to do.
No,
honestly, it's not. I love this thing.
no, I programmed for a decade, so I definitely, like I said, that's one of my first. Real quick, the thing I really love about programming that you don't see in a lot of places, I can do a form, do some calculations, insert in a database, and I can see that flow work. A lot of times when you build stuff, it's kind of like, okay, I built this 3-tier network. Okay, right? I don't get to see it when I hit the button and see it do stuff. That's one reason I love programming, because you can just see it work. A lot of times when you build stuff in the cloud, I build this 3-tier architecture. Okay, I got to spin up some VMs. I still got to put, like you said, a web server on it so I can click a button and see a page come up to make sure my EC2s are working, right? So that's one reason I just like programming. I just like something I can build and see it work.
So something I wanted to pick your brain on something as well.
Yeah,
I mean, now you become the interviewers, become the interviewer.
I'm cool with that.
Right.
And if I don't know, I'll send you to the right person. I tell people, but now, what's your question?
And I'm sure I'm asking this on behalf of a lot of people that may not even be watching right now, but they'll be watching in the future. You do notice with, again, and I know it's not limited to even the cloud, and probably it's just a tech-wide thing where you go through those resumes, and of course I know you'd have ideas about what resumes are. I mean, not resumes, I mean job descriptions. Right.
Yeah, job postings, yeah.
Yeah, the postings and stuff. And I get this feeling because I actually spoke to someone once, and I was like, wait a minute, have you ever seen anybody that knows all of those things that you have? And the guy started laughing. And this was even me before I realized that a lot of the postings are basically just done by people that just put out things. They're not necessarily coming from the company that's trying to hire.
Yeah, because, well, go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah, the reason why I ask is I don't know how many programs. I hope you're gonna co-op this into your answer. How many programs you know how to you're fluent in? But when I see some job postings that ask for the same person to know how to use Ansible, Terraform, Puppet, Chef on one hand, the same person probably in some cases, the way they word these things, have a working knowledge of BI and SQL, SSI, SSAS. On the same job, you're also asking the person to have knowledge of C, C++, Java, probably a bunch of languages in some cases, probably even adding Golang.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your opinion about this job postings and how to handle such kind of job postings?
Well, I always apply, but there's two things. Is a lot of times if it's super that specific, remember half the job postings are already filled. When you work in the Fed space, by federal guidelines, they got to post that to the public for 3 or 4 days, then bring it in. So half those job postings are already filled. If you see something super specific, it's because they got somebody filled for that. The second part of that is you read it right, but they're grouping. They want you to know automation. They want you to know one of those automation tools, because if you know one well, if you can do CloudFormation, Terraform, and Ansible, if you can do one, you can pick up the other ones easy. So I think they group them like that, right? I don't think they expect you to have them all. They want to expect you to have one of those in each one of those, right? And two is when you see that a lot of times is, shout out to Savage Scientist Season, that's a DevOps guy. They don't want you to master, but when you put code in production, I need to know generally a language so I can debug that code. I used to do generation team, meaning I used to compile code and put it in production. We don't want developers in production. That's a security problem. So they check it in and we got to build it. Now a lot of that's automated. So that seemed like a DevOps job. So they want you to know not all the language, but a couple of languages, because when you program, after a while, it's syntax. Chime in, Savage Scientists in the box. Once you've seen a loop in C#, Java, Golang, a loop is a loop. Once you've done a while loop, a if then, right, all that's syntax, right? So if you know, they don't want you to know them all, they want you to know a couple of them. Same thing with databases. If you can do Oracle, you can do SQL Server. If you do a NoSQL, if you do DynamoDB or Cassandra, if you know one of those, right? So, but I always remember half of those jobs are already filled. That's why they write them like
Okay, I just found it interesting when I saw this. But
Okay, let's see. When he loved Python, but yeah. So but two is like you said, they looking for the super programmer. That dude don't exist, right? So they want you to at least understand a couple though. And a lot of times too, they tell you one is required and the rest of those optional. Let's see what Savage Scientist said on my. He's a programmer in real life, going through DevOps now. Yes, understand basic programming. You just reinvent the wheel on the other languages. Yeah, so once you got a base understanding, if you can write, unless they said it's super preferred, a lot of times they just want to know that you have an understanding because you're going to be working in DevOps, or you just might be fixing some tickets. And two, as an architect too, they just want you to understand those languages, because depending on those languages, it could cause you a performance problem. Like Java and Oracle, if you don't understand how to do memory management when you spin up your EC2, you're going to struggle. So I think that's why they pick those out on those certain jobs, perception. From an architect, right? That's a senior architect. Those are the things you need to kind of figure out when you building your infrastructure. Let me know if that makes sense. Now I'm rambling now. We've been going keep going. We almost to 2 hours and 30 minutes. You good. Let's see. So yeah, that's my comment. Did you do interviews to hire other people? Yep. So were you tough, and what was your strategy to analyze? So based on there's a lot of times as a person, kind of like AWS and Femi will tell you, you interview people with the people on their team. So a lot of times when I was in there, even from GRC questions, yes, I'm going to usually interview those people to see if they're a cultural fit. Because when I was at a consultant, right, I was one of the top consultants, so I had a fit. And two is I don't try to be super tough. I can usually tell if you're trying to BS me. So like that one guy do, I'm going to ask you a question I know is false to see if you pick it up. And I'm going to ask you something super hard to know. Only a few people on this planet going to know this answer, right? Especially with Oracle, right? And two is I want to see if you're going to lie to me. I'm going to ask you something so hard, I expect you to say, I don't know, but I can figure it out. Most people are going to try to bullshit me, start saying weird stuff like, dude, that don't make any sense, right? So it's not uncommon if some round that says, I don't understand that, but I'll figure it out. Right? There's something with Oracle and SGA, and when you do a analytics in a SQL statement, right? When you're doing data warehouse, how would you do it? There's only a few people on the planet would know what that is, right? The reason I know it, I happen to work with one of the top guys at Discovered, and he showed me how to do it. It's not like I came up with, but I'm gonna see if you're gonna lie to me, and you'll be amazed. 80% of people try to bullshit me. Well, I would do that. I'm thinking in my mind, ain't no way in hell that's gonna work, man. Why are you even saying that? So then my question is, if you get stuck, are you gonna come and ask me a question? Ask me a question, and you looking at something for 4 hours is not gonna get this done. I expect you to come to me as a senior person and say, I have a problem with this. Can you help me? Or give me guidance of how to go, right? And that's half the battle. I don't know if people make shit up. Go ahead, Femi. I'm on my soapbox. Yeah, that's my 2 cents on that.
And I think I can relate with I think it was on Dwayne Lightfoot, a couple of Dwayne Lightfoot's program I first at this. I can't be too sure, where sometimes he would say it will speak to how he intentionally would do interviews. Would go into not because he wants the job, and I'm not gonna lie, I've done that a couple of times because sometimes you want to keep yourself. I mean, I don't know if relevant is the right word, but you want to like check
fresh. I call it exactly. Because that star caught me off guard. I ain't gonna lie. I've been to somebody. I saw it on one of the interviews. I was like, "Yeah, AWS do the star." I'm like, "What the hell is a star?" So now I start googling. I'm like, "Oh, I need to get relevant on the star."
and you spoke to something that I'm not even gonna lie about this. Even though it was new to me at the time, I mean, of course it was. I never heard of it prior to then. It's talking about memory since then, because for some reason I kind of like I'm taking it. I'm running with it now, so that even if I was to do an interview that had nothing to do with AWS, it kind of like has made me see ways of interviewing from a different perspective, and I think it's made me better. It's again, it's I don't know if you agree with that.
Yo, I do. And that's one thing we need to practice on is, like you said, you need to be on the other side interviewing with the skill set you have, because it's different interviewing than being an interviewee. So you, like you said, you start understanding, okay, from their perspective, what are they trying to find out? One guy, older white guy, did something that really threw me off. I'm sitting on the desk. He's sitting on the other side of the desk. There's a chair next to me. He comes around the desk and sits next to me and just turn around like we on Oprah. So he's like 3 feet away from me talking to me. And I'm thinking, bro, I don't like people that close. But I asked him, he says, I do that because I know it's going to make you uncomfortable. There's going to be times when we're talking to customers, you're going to be uncomfortable. For real, I had to, that little thing right there, I had to get my act together because I'm like, dude, why are you close to me? It was just, I've never seen anybody do that. I start doing that sometimes. I just come around the desk and just pull up a chair 3 feet from you. Now we talking face to face, and that throws a lot of people off. Now, a lot of times I won't dock you from it, but if you're a senior consultant, I want to figure out how you handle just something as small as your space being invaded to be uncomfortable. Because I've had people do that to me while I'm in meetings. They get upset. They want to come around and like, damn near touch me. I'm like, dude, don't be touching me. But from a mental standpoint, how do you do something so comfortable if somebody just walks around the desk and sits next to you? I just remember, and that's been 20 years ago. And I remember like it was yesterday because I've never seen anybody do that. And he just said, I just want to see how you're going to interact. He told me, he says, you're technically competent. I want to know how you're going to handle customers when you're uncomfortable. He said, I've seen people damn near break down in front of customers and start crying, grown men. Because when people paying you $500,000, people start yelling. And I'm like, dude, I'm a grown man. Don't yell at me, but you got to be able to handle those situations.
And and that's the part where a lot of people do not say enough of as well to outsiders looking in, because it's not enough for people to think in terms of, oh, you're making all this money, but you don't know the kind of, I mean, big up to all of you that have been around for a long, long time. You do not know until what you don't know. Like, if you're not in it, you don't know what kind of there's stress. There's the good parts. Don't get me wrong. It's just like everything in life, But there's a lot of part of what they're paying you for, especially when you're making those big figures. They're paying you for the stress, for in some cases the sleepless nights.
And you're gonna get those, especially on big projects, and you get salesmen. They overbid and overselling. I'm like, dude, that's a 6 months project. You talking about be done in 4 months? We don't even have the manpower to do that. I'm like, what are you doing? Well, we had to get the contract, but I'm like, I'm the dude who got to stay up all night, man. What are you talking about? But now that's part of the game. And two is client interaction and client facing. Shout out to my man. He ain't here though because he works for a big company. Gabe from Struggle Security, because he's a manager. Clients just get weird. Well, I don't blame them, man. We had some young guys from Booz Allen. We was paying them $300. They wasn't doing jack. So the big boss got him in there. He was yelling at them. So how do you handle that? How does your team handle? How does you, if you're as a supervisor or a manager, right? I had people get kind of little. I just tell them, dude, that's above my pay grade. You need to talk to X, right? But that was a part of, how do you handle it, in real life?
And that's one of the questions that people typically would ask you in interviews. How do you handle this if this happens and all of that? And a lot of us give this generic answers, but in reality,
I've been there though before. I've been in big meetings. I've been yelled at by a 2-star general, so I've been in and I think that's why the first guy from AWS, he liked that, because I think he's in there where it just gets crazy sometimes in those big meetings, man. And just depending on old guys, I'm like, dude, I'm a grown man. You ain't yelling at me. But how do you, like you said, how do you handle it? And I just tell people at my level, because I'm not a senior guy, I'm like, dude, you got to go talk to the senior director. And I tell people, if you don't like what I'm doing, just go talk to the practice manager. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I don't take it personal. I get paid to do a job, man.
Maybe if I can take it from here, like, my manager, from time to time, I know companies do this anyway, generally, you bring out I think he has like this Power BI reports he brings out for every quarter, just to see where everybody's at in terms of the jobs they're doing. And so, but there's something that, because me and him, we're real close. It's funny how close we became, but it's funny how you grow into people, especially when, but anyway, because initially I struggled. Again, I'm not gonna lie, because I always liked, whenever people come to me, and again, I know I'm pivoting from where I'm heading to, but when people come to me, or when people get sent to me, for example, it doesn't matter what aspect of IT they're trying to get into, or they just fresh, they don't have a clue, which is I enjoy this. But there's two things I always tell people. I always tell them, like, it's either you want me to tell you the truth, the way it is, or you want me to tell you what you want to hear. Because if you're looking for the person that's going to tell you the way it is, then you've come to the right place. And I'm not going to tell you I know everything, but I'll tell you what I know. I'll let you vary. I'll give you options to go. People are going to give you options. People I know that are going to tell you the way it is. That probably even know way better than I do. But fun facts. A lot of them end up not coming back after I tell them, because you gotta be honest. You want to be honest with people. Like you go.
Well, most people, and I'm being old, is I think millennials and Z's, they the helmet kids. People never want to hurt their feelings. I'm from, I'm X, man. We used to, we hurt kids' feelings, man. We were still getting whipping. So I think how you deal with people and how you do constructive criticism and how people take it, right? I can give you constructive criticism. You might not want to take it or ready to take it, even though I'm telling you it's true. And two is I'm working on how I deliver constructive criticism too. So I think it's a two-way street. Chime in on that.
And you're right, because my aunt, my very close aunt, who's she's been a teacher forever. Like, shout out to all teachers, by the way. Like,
facts.
Like, it's a difficult job. I mean, I tell people it's It's probably the most difficult job ever. I mean, we don't appreciate teachers enough. Now, we had the conversation recently, still on this line of thoughts, and we do agree on a lot of things. And one of the things she mentioned, which has something to do with what we're discussing right now, was the fact that you need to understand that as much as we might not agree with, is it the Gen Z generation?
Yeah.
But there was a time when we were like them, and our parents probably saw things differently as well. So she's also evolved, and I kind of agreed with her. And so, to your point, that's correct. Now, however, the reason why I brought up this point is because, again, back to the point I was making. So I think there was a time when the last time my manager brought up our evaluation, he did not want to show the comment section, Yeah. So, and me, I'm a cynical person. Like I like fun. Like I don't, sometimes I look serious, but I don't take life too seriously. If you know where I'm coming from, it's not worth it, So I'm like, see, the way I think, I understand that this might hurt people's feelings, but I look at the people on my team. I don't recall any of them that really cares if there's negative comments. I actually would like to see the negative, and it's just me. So then I told them, I'm like, okay, you know what? We can throw it open. Let's ask if everybody really wants to see the comments. I mean, the comments are typically mostly good, but the ones that are bad can be bad. You know the way these things work.
But I tell, for me though, is because I want the bad part, because that's what I need to work on.
Exactly.
Right. So I don't. And plus I'm old, so I tell people, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. I've been doing this too long. For me, is the bad is what I need to work on, and two is I'm smart enough to know if I'm struggling, I'm gonna go get a senior guy or somebody that's in that specialty. I might be senior, but they might be a MongoDB expert, and I'm not. So I'm like, hey, you send that to the MongoDB expert. That's not what I do, right? I can look at that's above my thing. And I think too, and I tell younger people is, if you need to pass it up the chain, don't hold on to it, because a guy told me this and it took me years to figure out. Bad news never gets any better. So if you struggling with something bad, so I tell, okay, I failed, I'm gonna write it down, but my job is to get it fixed. A lot of people want to be the hero and all that. If you hero and you slip and fall, now the worst thing happening is you got it and you send it, your boss might come be like, well, I thought you should have had it fixed. You'd be like, I wanted to make sure the project is successful, big boss. My job is to make you successful, so I didn't want to bog down the project, so I passed it on. It's hard to argue with that. So that's kind of what I tell people. So bad news, but two is, that's why you got a team too. I'm not supposed to know everything, right? I got an area especially, but that's why it's a team. So when you're on your team, there should be areas of expertise that you understand and know, and there's other things you need to give out to other people.
Let me say something again. Well, let me tell you how I got hired at my current job. Like, it doesn't even make sense sometimes, but I think over time it's made sense. I got a call during COVID. It was a 10-minute call. No, actually a 5-minute call from the recruiter. So and so person is gonna call you. Okay, no problem. 30 minutes later, I got another call. It was this person who was becoming my manager. 10-minute call. What do we discuss? I do not even have a clue if we discuss anything beyond, oh, I'd like to see you after 10 minutes. I get there a week later. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't remember having an interview. Years down the line, I asked my manager, I'm like, now we become so close, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I asked him, I'm like, I've asked him this several times. I still asked him last week. I was like, do you realize you never interviewed me? So he sat me down. It was like, I'll tell you something. If you've been doing something for years, I mean, you don't get good at it overnight. You're not always going to be get it right all the time. But at some point, you begin to see a pattern, especially if you someone that pays attention. He said he realized that sometimes someone might, and I've had this record over and over again since then, from the likes of, shout out to Kev Tech again, to other people. He said, you might be the best, the smartest person in the room, but if your attitude doesn't cut it, it's a problem. He said he experienced it so many times.
Oh yeah, there's a X and Y. We call it the XY axis. Is if you're an asshole, you got to be super good. I'm usually the funny guy. People like me. If people like you, you can make a few mistakes and they'll let you slide. If you're an asshole and you make a mistake, you're gonna be in HR ASAP. I promise you. Because I know some guys, dickheads, but them some of the brilliant guys, because they understand with their attitude, they're super good. Now, people like you, they're gonna give you 3 or 4 chances, right? I always say that the XY axis. So if you asshole, super good. If you friendly people like you, you can make a few mistakes. And I'm sure you see that around the office where their bosses have their young homies that they like. That's a reflection of them. They give them passes, right? So that I always tell people there's X and Y. I'm old and grumpy, so I don't get a lot of passes. But I work with this guy. He's super brilliant. I'm having him on my channel. Super high guy up. I used to do all these special projects. He really liked me, so we just became attached at the hip. So I was asking questions one time. He goes, I trust you. If you have problems, I know you're going to let me go. He goes, leave me alone and go do your job. I trust you. Everybody else, I got to figure out. So I got all these special projects. So it's funny. So as part of that, I tell people is a lot of people want to see you make something work. It might not be the fastest. I might not be optimal. I did some Java XML out of Oracle database. I have it transversed, but it was super slow. And I wrote it up. I gave my boss. He started laughing. He goes, man, I had a team work on that for 2 years and they never figured it out. I was embarrassed of it. I'm like, man, it's slow. But he said, we got to get it working before we get it better. So after that, we was cool. So I tell people, cobble something together, get it working, because you always can make it better. Right. So, and I think that along with having a proper attitude, like Kev Tech said, you'll go far. So
let me ask you a question. I'm gonna pivot away now into something, and it's a great
hold on, Femi. Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm gonna let you go. Let me answer that. Let me answer a couple questions. How do you develop skills and fluency? How I do is by labbing. Shout out to Dewan Lightfoot. I try to lab every day. Even though I'm studying, I try to get in AWS. I've been spinning up my EC2s. I've been spinning up my load balance. I've been working on my DR site. I've been working on my S3 bucket. I've been building stuff, and I think you get fluent in your skills by building stuff. Other cool things with labs, AWS has a lot of free labs. You can build stuff, and you get fluid in your technology as you build. And that's one thing that's good about YouTube and Udemy. There's AWS solution architects that are high level out there. They got cheap courses, and they show you how to build stuff. I was thinking, oh, I built it, but I built it all wrong. Right? Long story short, I was coming through a load balancer. I think I was coming through something else. I was like, oh, no, you need to come through this. I'm like, oh, yeah. And so there's just so much knowledge out there now with YouTube that's going to make you feel better. Let me read this other question real quick. That's why starting a help desk, we talking about your skill set. I had a lawyer representing Fame yell at me like I was their son for something they did wrong. I get that a lot of people. People always want to push the blame. I tell you what scares people a lot of times when I do this in a meeting. If I make a mistake, I just tell them that was my fault and it never happened again. Most people start stuttering. Because a lot of people make shit up. Like we said, that was my bad. I messed it up. I got it. It's never going to happen again. And most people leave you alone. Very people rarely say. The crazy thing is, I work with a ton of lawyers now. Part of my job is reading contracts for RFP. They call it security exhibit, which is basically security language that you have to have in a contract. So that's one of my jobs, which I think is weird. I never thought I would be with lawyers every day. I think there has to be a boundary how much you can talk. Oh, facts, man. You're right, JM. I think people, some people can overstep. You do got to set a boundary. Because and I do that because I tell you in a minute, I'll punch you in your throat. I don't say that, but I'm a big guy and I can fight. So most people they'll go to HR before they come to me sometimes. So I got to be careful. But now you got to do set personal boundaries, even your professional life work balance, right? Now, if they pay me $500,000, you can call me at night. You pay me 98, I might not answer my phone, right? So you got to figure out what that life balance is for you. Go ahead, Femi. I'm gonna let you go ahead and continue.
Yeah, I'll quickly speak to what you said, and then I'll ask you what because a lot of these things are in my thoughts to ask someone like yourself with so much knowledge through the years. Okay. But to the point of the last two comments, especially, I think again I've gotten better at this. I mean, no one's perfect, and it's true. It doesn't matter wherever in the world, what sphere of life, there's going to be people that are going to take advantage. And I know we hear this about how people you don't know what that person's going through, but my thing has always been, I mean, everybody goes through something anyway in life. And that doesn't give you an alibi. It's just people. That's just the person. It doesn't matter that it's at work or whatever. That's just the person. So what I do for the most part is I try to, and that's where being competent at your job helps as well. I know I'm competent. Yes, I do not know everything, but I'm being professional on all of that. And you get at me, like at some point, I mean, of course, in lieu of doing something crazy, I would have to go report because I mean, there's only as much you can take. I mean,
facts.
Just because you're a customer doesn't mean. I mean, I'm also a customer somewhere. I don't treat people anyhow. I mean, so
facts. But and everybody's. I'm sure there's always the one asshole who's gonna try you. And I say, hey, we could be in HR together. So
I don't know if you've done this before, but I'm a very cynical person. I'm gonna see. There's a way I reply to people sometimes. It's not even rude. But there's a way you put people in their place without being rude.
No,
it's an art in itself.
It is. I'm not good at writing, but what I do is usually I just happen to be on teams everybody's got to go through. So I was on generation team meeting back in there. Your code had to go on production, or now I'm on compliance team, so I have to review your code. So I could be nice to you, or I could take minor shit and run it up to the CIO and make it big as day. So people, so if you, and I'm nice. But people want to poke me. I'm like, okay, you poke me, no problem. Then when that little code has to come through compliance, you ain't gonna never make it, homie. I'm gonna be like a little kid. You ain't gonna never make it. But go ahead.
You see, the part of it that you're speaking to as well, which I was gonna bring up previously, is I have someone on my team even currently that I literally is if anything, this guy should actually be the one mentoring us, not the other way around.
No, facts.
But it turns out that anyway, let me not even go beyond this. But the point in this is there's been times I'll call him aside because I happen to have developed myself to the point where a lot of our knowledge base is something I developed, and I mean it's see, I think it's okay to what's that word now? It's okay for you to embrace your wins as well. Because I mean, when you've earned it, it's okay for you to prop it up. Celebrate yourself.
You got to toot your own horn so you can get the accolades and the accolades, money, training that goes along with it. If you don't kind of toot your horn, a lot of times people won't know.
Right. So it's not even about you trying to. I mean, I know we throw around being humble, but sometimes you gotta just give yourself this props. Now, sometimes it will come to me for help. I'm always willing to help. But the problem is, I've already given you this 3-stage or so process. Like, if I myself or someone else has explained to you it's okay if I've explained to you once before. I've taken my time, especially if I'm very patient. Very, very patience is difficult. I'm very patient when I explain things to people. If you're lucky to have someone that explains things, takes the time to explain things to you,
Facts.
I shouldn't be telling you to write down notes. Nobody ever told me that. If I told you to make notes, especially if you know that it's going to take you a while, because we're all different. I've taught people growing up as well. I know we're different. I don't expect everybody to be the same. If you know yourself, write things down, especially, or record some kind of record. I don't know. It doesn't have to be written, right?
Now, I think a lot of people lack their self. They don't know themselves, and I think too is a lot of people shortchange what you telling them. Oh, he told me I'm gonna pick it up right off the bat. I had a boss, and he was talking to one of my favorite young guys, and he's mean, super. He mean, but he nice. He was explaining to him, and he did exactly like this, and he just said it matter of factly. He goes, I ain't gonna say. He said, "See, if I tell you this again and you don't write a note," he said exactly like this, "we're gonna have a problem." So I've seen it happen. I think people shortchange your knowledge a lot of times because it's coming from you when you're a young guy, right? They think they can absorb it and they're just gonna take it, right? So sometimes you gotta, like you said, like he said, he just said a matter of fact. He goes, "If I tell you this and I don't see you writing a note, we're gonna have a problem." So sometimes you gotta be firm because they're taking your time. Yeah. Right.
In my own case, if you will, I'm sorry again.
But no, go ahead. And a lot of times too is I try to be the junkie guy. I laugh while we talk. Yeah, man, that's fine. You better take a note. We're gonna have a problem, and I might laugh, but in my mind, I'm thinking, haha, you better be taking a note, right? I'm making it funny, but we better take a note. Go ahead and finish. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like so I actually told them the first time, because it's one thing if you were not even told, you know. I'm looking at him and he's like, yeah, no, I got it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people do that. And I don't know if it's because your age or who you are. They think a lot of times people think they're superior to you, even though you're helping them.
Yes.
Right. So next time you come back, like my boss said, we cool. He mean to go, we gonna have a problem. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm like, come on, man. I done told you this, man. I got stuff to do too, man. I make it funny. My other boss, he be mean. He crack my. He said, but because he can fire you, he'd be like, if I'm gonna tell you this, we're gonna have a problem. Like, so you got to figure out how to articulate it and pass that on. And two, I had another buddy. He was mean out of New York. A guy asked him. The guy came back. He told him, I'm not ever telling you again because you didn't take a note. And he just started typing. I mean, it was close. Everybody was like, everybody's like, ooh. I mean, it was harsh, but people handle it differently. But he told me, he's like, I'm not telling you, you didn't write it down. And he just kept, brilliant dude, asshole. Brilliant though, but he told you. So it's just how you want to handle it. Like, but I see a lot of people treat me like that is, I'm telling you, I don't think you respect my knowledge. Right. So that's why you didn't take a note. Now it's different if you took some notes. You're like, well, I'm a little confused here. What did you do? You didn't take not a single note, man. So that's my 2 cents.
It gets even worse, if you will, like, because on top of it, how annoying it is that you're taking your time and you've actually put it out there, because we have our own Teams channel as well,
facts.
Where we document stuff. So I have a lot of those stuff out there, and nobody taught me to do it. It's just because sometimes when you have, like, shout out to you guys, man. What you guys do, you don't know how much it helps a lot of people. You do not realize it. You might think you do, but you don't know. Okay. Now, it's not easy to put things out there for people, but it also comes from a place of love, because you just have that. You just have that heart of gold, because you just feel like helping people. So it's out there. A lot of these things are out there. It's not even checking to see, oh, let me go figure out, or maybe if me or someone else on my team put it out. A lot of these things are there. But if every time all you're doing is coming to me, and at some point one day I called him aside, because I love this dude, man. I called him aside. And then I school. He's way older than I am. It's like sometimes I don't even think it's about age. I learn from people that are way, way younger than me.
Facts.
Facts.
Me too.
There's people that are way smarter than me. That are way, way younger than I am.
Oh, facts.
So I called him aside. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna tell you something now. That I'm not mad at you, but I'm just concerned. And I was genuinely concerned about him, because I'm like, you're lucky that you're in a team where people help you out and all that, even when we're busy and all that. But it's not always going to be like that. Plus, You've been doing this way before I ever got into RT. Come on, man. I mean, I didn't say it in an ash way. I was just being realistic.
No, that was a perfect way to go at it. And two is, I think what you hit on, and a lot of people forget, is documentation is very rarely kept up to date. So if somebody doing them, like you said, that's super respect, because most teams are late on documentation. And the other part is, I worked on teams where dudes were cutthroat. They didn't want to help you because everybody's trying to get the next promotion. I had guys set other guys up, kind of gave wrong information to send them out so they can embarrass them. So people take teams for granted. I've been on some of the best teams on the planet, and I've been on a few shitty teams where I'm like, this dude really trying to get me fired. So, but go ahead. So you gotta, like you said, you gotta take that with a grain of salt and be thankful when you're on a good team.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I even I gave an example of two other guys that joined my team way after, and some of those guys had, I mean, just titty bits of IT knowledge here and there. And those guys have grown. I saw how much they grew within 3 months, 6 months, because you could just see it. You could see. You can't lie. You can't cheat. You can't cheat to get to the top. It's important. You're gonna be found out at some point, And that's why, again, if I pivot back, because I'm gonna ask you a question. You know what? Let me just ask you my question. I've been dying to ask.
No, you good. You good.
If you had to do this all over again, and to keep in mind, way back when there wasn't cloud as we know it, there's always been virtualization in one form or the other.
Yeah, no, 100%.
But say today's the thoughts, and you're thinking of getting into IT, and cloud is a thing, is already a thing.
Yeah.
How would you start your cloud journey if you had to start?
The funny thing is, I've been thinking about it. Set out to Savage Scientists. I will start with programming, but I will build it all in the cloud, right? And I would help build that infrastructure as part of my development. Once again, I start off as a programmer, and then I start into the database. Then I start learning the operating system, right? Then I start learning security. And I would do it the exact way, just all in the cloud. I would start programming, but then when I do the database, like we talked about, the database specialty, I would do it in the cloud. EC2, right? I would probably do Java. I would put it on EC2 in the cloud. I still have to do the connection between the web server and app server. I just would do it all in the cloud and just make it cloud centric.
Right? Okay, and I'm not setting you up, but
no, I don't think you set me up. Go ahead. Right.
There's a reason why I'm asking you this, because I always like to pick up people's again, you guys are veterans, and I'm nowhere near you. I'm only
you're not setting me up. Go ahead. I'm a big boy. Go ahead.
The reason why I ask is that I'm always continuously trying to rephrase the way I speak to people when they either come to me or are sent over to me. Because one thing I try to be careful when I speak to people, so I'm not leading them in the wrong direction, even though I think I'm trying to help them. Now, the reason why I asked that question is because, again, a lot of us started from on-prem, now trying to pivot into, and it's not like on-prem is necessarily going away.
No.
And I keep speaking to foundation. How do you talk to someone that doesn't even have a clue of what IT is, for example, and is trying to do something IT related that with the whole idea of getting to the cloud, because cloud is like a buzzword for everybody now. Cloud data, automation and all that, and machine learning, if you will too. Now, because the reason I even when I was in high school, the equivalent of high school, what you refer to as high school in the US, I've always told people I practically taught myself biology, chemistry, physics. I practically taught myself. So again, because I don't want to speak from my own perspective, because I want to speak to this person who, first of all, what I typically would ask them is to try to know their background, especially if I've never known them before. I want to know your background. And that way I can begin to know where to, if you will, in quotes, attack this problem we're trying to solve. Do you think it's still relevant for someone to try to learn something related to CompTIA or Google? I forget what the Google equivalent is called now. Some kind of CompTIA A, some kind of security clause, network clause, because eventually everything still translates into the cloud. The cloud is basically just an iteration of what we already know from on-prem. So where do you see where do you see foundation being critical in this respect? Would you start from that as well, even before the cloud?
There's two ways to do it, and you're right. You can start cloud where you're just dealing with a Red Hat VM, or when I say program and I put it on the EC2, the next step is understand what that EC2 is, that Amazon Red Hat, right? So you could go top down or bottom up, right? So I think we're saying the same thing. Since I said I'm gonna start off with programming, I would go from programming down, meaning once I put my Java up there, I'm running it on Red Hat. I need to understand what Red Hat is, right? Now I need to do some Linux command. Funny thing, I was running a lab on EC2 and I was starting up an Apache web server on this EC2. The Apache wasn't coming up and I didn't know why. So I had to SU to the box, right? I had to go into the directory. I had a PS minus EF that's going to show me all the services to figure out why my Apache wasn't running. That's getting down to foundational knowledge, right? Of actually logging on that server, right? So fundamentals are always going to be there. And depending on what level you are, I had programmers would do that and they were like, it's not running. I'm going to put in a trouble ticket, right? The trouble ticket will come to me, right? Because I'm a senior. I got to physically log on that box and look at the processes and figure out what's going on. So what level do you want to be at, right? As part of your questions, right? I want to be senior and I want to be the man. So I want to figure out in Red Hat what those commands are. PS minus ZF, once again, if I look at the processes, I can see it. Oh, my patch is not running. Long story short, inside there in my corn shell script, somehow I put a period in there and the line was not operating. It was airing out. But I had to understand how to get on that box, VM, looking at the startup script, looking at Apache, right? That's, like you said, that's fundamental foundation skills that I think everybody needs to get to. But two is, it's what level do you want to be at? Too, right? Do you want to be just a programmer? Like we talked about super specialization. I write a program. We got a whole SA department. Their job is to figure out about the Apache and the disk space, right? Or do you want to be a top level guy where you know the full stack of like a full stack development, right? Or full stack SA, or full stack DBA. That means understanding the database, the operating system, the SAN, the networking. I had a problem where somehow they were sending the database packets out to the internet and it didn't have a route to come back. So you got to understand networking, right? To be able to understand and look at that and figure that out. So what level do you want to be at in the game, right? I think a lot of times too is, and I'm bad about this, everybody don't want to be the super duper ninja on everything, right? They might want to do their job and go home, right? So I got to interview you and like they said, there's levels to this. What level do you want to be on? You could be a good programmer and make 100,000 and don't know shit about a Linux box, man, right? So I got to figure out how deep do you want to go? Or two is you like we got on there. Do you just want to be a certain specialty and not worry about the rest, right? So, but for me, I want to understand the full stack. So I start off with programming once again. When I put that pro Java on that box, I want to understand that Red Hat. On that Red Hat, something wrong, I got to understand networking, right? That's also, like they said, fundamental foundational skills, right? To each one of those levels. How deep do you want to be and how much do you want to study, right? And, you know, how specialized do you want to be, right? You can be specialized in Java, but do you want to specialize in the whole stack? Once again, Java's running on Apache, right? Apache's talking to Tomcat. Apache's talking to Red Hat. Red Hat's talking to a MySQL database. Do you want to understand that whole stack? All right. So that's I guess that's part of the conversation too. Does that make sense? I'm kind of rambling.
Yeah, from a student to a teacher, I would say you not only just help me with in terms of me the way I would like to phrase things in future as well. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because I think too is and I'm bad about that because I like to understand everything, man. I want to be a true architect. Where I can architect. Some people like, dude, I just want to write my job and go home, man. I don't want to do all that. The database is not my part. You never program, but they got Hibernate and some other things. You put your object in Hibernate, it's gonna do all the inserting for you until it has a problem, right? So you got to figure out Hibernate to the database. The Java guy's like, oh, that's not my problem, right? So, and I tell people, and you know this, IT is a big domain. How deep do you want to go?
Yeah.
I've been in this game a long time. Shout out to Struggle Security. I'm glad he came in. That's the guy that's in management. So we probably gonna do a stream. He's in that management track. Sometime I was like, well, I should have went in management. Then I could hire some people. That's a different stream. But like I said, there's levels to this, right? He's at the top of the food chain. So he's gonna be like, PBO, go figure that out. Go help him. At DOD, I made my life where, and I would help other teams because I understood the stack. So they would send me help other teams. They had a problem with job. Go help them. Okay. But the cool thing is when you do that, people owes me favors. So long story short, my project shut down. I had 3 other projects I could go to that would hire me because I would go help people.
Yeah, just to say real quick, I've actually I've seen a couple of Struggle Securities videos. I mean, not too many, but trust me, I've seen a couple of them, and it's mind blowing, if you will.
Oh yeah, he's definitely up there. So yeah, he definitely got you want to connect to. He busy. He got babies. He's got babies with 2. PBO old. He only got 1 kid, and I'm old, and he married. He got a beautiful wife. Don't nobody want PBO, so I got a little more time in Struggle Security.
But even to this point, one of my real close friends, is a BIP analyst based right now. That guy is insane. There's something that you just propped up you just put in my head right now. He has 3 kids, right? A lot of people often wonder. As a matter of fact, I think I remember him mentioning to me. We're pretty close, so we talk about this kind of things a lot. He inspires me so much. He has 3 kids, and a lot of people, even including at one of his interviews, they wonder how he's able to cope.
Balance work-life balance.
Right.
And Struggle Security can do it, and he talked about that.
Right.
That's when the company you pick weighs in on life balance. And 2 is how much of yourself do you want to give? I had a boss, he was an asshole. He actually told this lady, he's like, I love you, but if you leave at 5, I'm gonna have to fire you. Because we were trying to get something in production. We were working 14-hour days. It's crazy. So the work-life balance in your company. And 2 is like people say, what's your boundary? Like I said, it's usually been me. I was married for a little bit. I've been divorced forever. So for me, it's just part of my life. So me working 14 hours a day, he was paying me a crazy amount of money. So and 2 is you got to figure out your work-life balance.
Yeah. And one thing I've noticed, because me personally, I like to travel whenever I can. So the way I look at it is sometimes you got to find things away from, you got to, like my cousin would say, you got to also take care of yourself.
Oh, 100%. You are going to burn out in this industry sooner or later. You're going to get on a project or a team. They're just going to burn you out. You just got to figure out what are your personal boundaries for that. And to me, I worked a job. I loved it, but I could just say I was making a shitload of money. I said after my 3rd year, at the end of this, I'm going to quit because it's going to kill me. Right. So you just got to figure out your but 2, hopefully, and that's why I tell people to go for larger companies is they usually have more people so they can help you with your work-life balance. I work for a couple of startups, man. They trying to get productive. They don't give a shit, man. You could be, one guy was trying to close a house and the boss said, your wife need to go there closing, man. We got to get this thing in production. We got milestones for the customers. So he's like, you can't help me get in production. He basically told him, we firing you, man. But like I said, I think that was more 80s. That's that boomer, we're going to drive you into the ground type stuff. But you personally got to figure out your boundaries. And 2 is, and I'm going to let Struggle chime in if you want to get in there. The more people pay you, the more people think they can work you to the ground. So I don't know yet. I've been on 3. You coming up? You want to come up, Struggle? I'll stay on if you want to come up. But now, so you got to figure out personally what that, and that's 2. That's why you got to get your money set up. That's why you got to get your reserve set up for 3 months emergency, because the plus and minus to that is somebody could work you in the ground and piss you off. And the other 2, I seen the client say something and fire a whole division. I seen 60 dudes walked out on Friday and got fired. I shit you not, grown men were crying because they didn't see that shit coming. Right. So those are 2. I know I morphed it into stuff, but you got to be ready, man. Especially in the consulting world, you can get sent home at any moment. So I know that's not part of what you were saying, but 2, you got to know your work-life boundaries. And 3 is, I dropped the link if you want to come up, Struggle, aka personally, you got to be able to walk off the gig with no sweat.
Let me
I
ask you
got
this as well.
I got enough in my emergency fund. I got a little rental property I can take. So I'd be like, what as the kids say, I got FU money. I got okay, cool. I hang on, okay. I got FU money, so I don't stress out because I walk out this door tomorrow, man. You kiss my ass. So I know that's not very professional, but right. But I want you to make sure you're not surprised because I've seen, and I tell people this is a business, man. If they lose the contract or the client gets mad, and depending on how you got your security exhibit, which means if they terminate a project today, they might not have to pay you. And there's a lot of companies that'll fire you the same day. They won't give you no bench time.
You see, this part right here is also the reason why I continue to.
Now go ahead. I'm laughing. Casual said I have a lifetime. I had my Mountain Dew, but I shouldn't be drinking it because I'm on. Go ahead. But no, that's that real life, man. Especially you get a consultant, they ain't got no love for you, man. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you.
It's also part of the reason why I like the fact that my thought process is also about continuously picking up additional skills to help on top of what I think I know already. Now, something I also wanted to ask you: how do you? I know you've been doing this for a long time since you were pretty young.
Long time. Go ahead.
Where did you get your discipline from? The reason why I ask is because I get this a lot from old people that are older than I am, same age as I am, younger than I am. So it's not even that's how I know that it's not even an age thing. Especially, again, no pun intended, in an age of social media, a lot of distractions that existed previously. And I tell people, because when I'm at work, especially, people wonder how I'm able to like study and talk about life and grinding and even after work. And I tell them that I know I make it sound easy, but trust me, it's not. It takes a lot of discipline. Sometimes you don't even want to do this.
Facts. The cool thing is you right in the right frame of mind. So especially as you do it as a younger age, it just becomes part of your DNA as you get older. So go ahead. You done before I chime in on that? What's up, Aiken? Long story short is, I never really understood it. My father was in the military, and he had me when he was 53. So he trained me like that. I was always on schedule. I was always in bed at a certain time. I would always have to do my work at a certain time. So he had me kind of on this military schedule since I was born, and I never really realized it. As I got older in high school, you think you know something, it started pissing me off. But now when I became especially older, I'm like, I just never knew what he was doing, why he was doing it. It's like some Karate Kid shit. So now when I had to work on a certain subject, that with me being in sports, that just kind of added to it, right? You got to work out a certain day. You got to train. I ran track, even though I'm old and fat. I ran track in college. So you got to go to track and you got to go to study table at a certain time. That was a continuation of what I was doing in grade school my whole life. So for me, that's kind of what got me into that. And two is, and I shed a tear is, you got to think I was born in 1967 before the internet. Poor black people, the first internet people didn't realize is my father bought an encyclopedia set. He was a janitor. He paid on that encyclopedia set from my 7th grade all the way to high school so I could pick out stuff and just research an encyclopedia. I never thought of it about doing a big thing, but nobody had encyclopedias. Everybody came over to my house. So that, to me, that was my first internet because my father was training me to learn and read new stuff. So as a kid, I was reading biology, spaceships, and that's really how I got a computer, looking at Star Trek and Batman. They are supercomputer. That shit came from my father's and encyclopedias letting me do research and link stuff. Because my father was born in 1917. As a black man, there's some stuff you couldn't learn. He just was reading encyclopedias, teaching this stuff because he was in the Navy for 17 years. So that part of that discipline from the military just kind of rubbed off into me, and I just never realized until I got old.
Wow,
that's kind of my background. My father died when I was 19 because hell, he had me at 53. I'm old. I ain't trying to have no more kids though. Shout out to him. I had my son at 19. My kids got kids, so now that I'm old and I play with my grandkids, that gives me time, and I enjoy this, right? Like you said, a lot of people think I love building shit on AWS. I love building EC2. I love dealing with recognition so I can look at your photo and figure out how to match your photo to this algorithm to figure out if you're walking past a door. I love that, man. I could do that for $5 a day. I enjoy that. So for me, that's super enjoyment. So that's how I got into it. Shout out to the manager in the house joining us with the beautiful wife and the baby. I have to give you the introduction, man.
What's up? What's going on? I see you've been on for a minute, man.
Man, my man Femi just been dropping me DMs. I've been mentioning your name, man. You was showing up.
Oh man.
I told him you had a management track. We were talking about the tech and the management track and how you got me thinking. So I told him I was having the tech. I told him come visit you for the management track. That's to you. That's not to me, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, nice to meet you, Femi. You all are just talking about career stuff or
everything, man. Careers, microaggressions. We're talking about it all, man.
I'm sorry. I'm waking up from my Labor Day nap. So I'm a little groggy.
You got babies and stuff, man. So
give me a little background.
Give me a little background on the management side, man. Just talk about tech and management at a high level.
Yeah, man. It was, man. It's what's so funny? Oh shoot, I don't even have my mic here. How do I sound? How's my audio coming through?
You a little. It ain't bad, but I can tell you ain't got the mic in. It ain't bad.
It's not plugged in. That's what it is. It's not plugged in. Hold up 1 second. Give me 2 seconds.
No, you good. Well, while my man get hooked up, F you money, I think, Gabe got that cushy management job. Tech guys, we can get fired tomorrow. So PBO need a little F you money because if you say something I don't like, I'm going to be like a little kid. I'm packing up my laptop and going home. I like short, Gabe will tell you.
Oh, man, that's crazy.
Yeah. Projects can end tomorrow, man. You can let a project in. Gabe, he got a good company. They might keep you on the bench for a couple months. I work for a small company. That project gone, your ass is gone. So go ahead, Gabe. Chime in a little bit on the management side.
I was just about to say, so you want me to do an intro and then go into the management stuff, or just start?
Go on the management side, man. I'm hang out.
Yeah. So I come from kind of like a more traditional electrical engineering background. So I used to work. So my undergrad is in electrical engineering, and then I transitioned into cybersecurity after working for a utility organization. And then after that, I took the show on the road, doing contracting, doing consulting, and then eventually, I jumped into management. But it's like more like technical management. Like I have direct reports, but I'm still executing as an individual contributor all the time on projects. So it's a very difficult balance at times. It's very difficult executing projects, but also dealing with financials, dealing with resourcing, dealing with project health, all those different types of things. It's just crazy. But I think the major thing that I've noticed being in management and cybersecurity is that you have much less, I guess, power as it seems, right? So you have more input on leadership decisions than you actually have power to make decisions. Now, I could probably fire somebody or something, but at the same time, I cannot affect, strategy, right? So I think strategy more happens at the director level or senior management level and above. So yeah, that's just a little intro and just a little thing about management.
Yeah, the other thing is, I usually report to people like that is, and talk about the finicky and the nuances of people, just dealing with people, because I work with some brilliant people. I think is on the damn spectrum, man. What's your thought on the people, man?
Yeah, I think people. So I'm gonna hit it from a different perspective. I think politics within organizations are so much more, I guess, a factor than what you really think it is. So although you might be at a management level, somebody who might be at a senior analyst level or something, they can affect things on the project maybe more than you if they have a good relationship with people above you. If the people above you trust what the people, quote unquote, below you think, then they can affect things. And I've had experiences with that where it's just been go ahead.
I got to jump on. That's really the reason I got out of management. I was a supervisor, and this is really a touchy subject. I was cool with everybody, but then I became their supervisor. They were cool with me, but they were cooler with the manager because I came in late. So they would just go around me. So I would tell them, dude, if you're gonna, and I told him this face, if I got to manage them, you at least got to send them back to me and let me make the decision to come through me. He wouldn't do it. So I just told him, keep your team, man. So now looking at Gabe, I think that was the wrong decision. I think I could have stepped on the management track. But Gabe is exactly right. That's the reason I got out of management because, and two is, and it's kind of like the bad schoolgirl is, certain guys go to lunch. So the system analyst was going with the senior director. I wasn't even invited to lunch. So the dude worked for me. He going to lunch with my boss. I'm like, oh, that's some bullshit. Go ahead, Gabe.
Man, I jumped into a team. Man, I've been on projects where I jumped into a team that was already established. Facts. Right. But then they bring me in order to lead the delivery, the client delivery. But they already all have a relationship. And again, like, so kind of even mentioning the lunch thing, we're in a remote role type of perspective, right? We're in a remote role paradigm where you can't really develop those same relationships that people already developed before you got there because you working from home, right? So it can be very difficult. But yeah, just like that, right? So the formal way to do it is that if somebody has some concerns that they don't think that they can address to you, they should have what you call like a skip level meeting. They need to be able to, but they also need to inform you that they're having that, they should inform you that they're having that skip level meeting. Now, if they're trying to complain about you and everything, they can get you up out of there if they feel like you're not doing something that
but like you said, though, they already cool. So they already going to lunch, man. So you know they talking about you. Right. So the two is, and I'm not going to even throw the race part in there. I ain't going to even touch that today on Labor Day. I'm going to leave that alone.
It's a thing for sure. But yeah.
We talked about microaggressions, but so now, Femi, we just going to give you a little bit. We don't want to give you the whole game. I want Gay to give you that. That's a whole different beast, man. That's a whole what you got to chime in on that, Femi? I'm going to chime in.
Yeah, I've actually seen a bit of it, even if I'm not nowhere near management level. And I kind of recognize this, the fact that it exists. It's a fact, you know. Even where I come from, it's still a fact as well, irrespective, even if we're dominant over that.
Right.
Now, but as much as it does exist, there's always going to be that situation where there's people that rise above that on either side of the aisle, if you know what I mean. And I know you guys know better than I.
Yeah, we got you.
You've come across people from other, you know what I mean, that you know, genuinely being interested in you also helps you grow as well. So it does exist, and is that fact. One question,
real quick, that I'm gonna throw this out. I'm gonna throw it out raw. Is I don't see black people at Gabe level. So 99% of the people who helped me through my career was white. Man. I think I had one manager when I first started out. The intern was black. All my people I brought on my show that's tight with me, they white as white. This one dude, I don't know how I became cool. I thought he was skinhead, and I talked to me, and we went golfing, and we got cool. And I asked him. He goes, dude, I'm from a trailer park in a double wide trailer, man.
Right,
what the hell are you talking about, man?
Right.
We the coolest dude. People think we freaking frack. So even though I say that, you got to figure this out because at Gabe's level, I'm gonna let him chime in. Ain't no black people.
Right. No, that's the absolute truth, and that was part of the reason why I wanted to go higher, right? Get promoted beyond like the individual contributor level, is because I was noticing that, hey, nobody is there to look out for me at that particular level. I want to be there for folk to recognize that, hey, you got an advocate here, right? So either within my organization, there's certain folk who look like me, right? Who are more pigmented or black folk from a very similar background who at times confide in me on things that they don't really think that they can confide in their coworkers or their leadership who don't really have their same background. So I think that a lot of times I've been an advocate for that within my organization because there's nobody at my level within my structure or within my business structure. Yeah, I
was cool with the CIO white lady. I'm having we cool, and I just told her, I was like, Alita, we got to get more black people. She said, what are you talking about? She was like, 1, 2, 3. I'm like, Alita, those are Indians.
Right.
So I had to school her on the diversity I'm looking for.
Right.
We just were cool, so we could just talk on that realistic level. She's like, oh. I was like, no, I'm talking about brothers. like me. She goes, oh, I didn't think about that. She was counting Asians. I'm like, no, I'm not counting them. But so too, I think, like Gabe said, at that level, we got to try to affect change how we can. We just respected each other and just were cool like that because I worked with her 20 years ago at DOD, then she became a CIO at this huge level. So I could always whisper to her because, like I said, when I was talking about helping projects, I used to always help her projects at DOD. So she trusts me. So I could just whisper to her, like, So I told her we need to try to work on that level of diversity, but she thought about diversity at a I'm gonna call it more holistic thing than how I'm looking, right? So I think too, is that training, is that DEI? Hell, DEI is getting wiped off the map, right? That's a whole other thing. So,
but I think another factor is that a lot of times, not only are we not put in those positions, a lot of us don't want it. A lot of us say, I don't want to be a manager, or I don't want to be at that level, or I don't want to deal with that headache. I just want to go to work and go back home. I don't want to deal with people or manage people.
That's me. So, I'm taking some of that heat. I'm an interrupter. I did that. That was me. Yeah. Go ahead, keep going. I ain't
no. That's true. So that representation can at times not be there because organizations, right, might not put individuals in those places, but also we at times fight against leadership as a culture because it could be difficult. It could be difficult dealing with a lot of these things. Yeah, and my manager knows the mess that I've dealt with at this.
And we talked about it, and you described it. When people start going around me, most of them, I'm like, my thing is, do I want that headache? I happen to make, I'm gonna throw it out 6 figures. I know, shout out to Black Heights and 10. That ain't no money these days, but that's a whole nother conversation. I was making 6 figures. So my thing is, my money's not gonna drop. Why do I want this headache?
Yeah.
Right. Why do I want to fight with somebody to get respect that I don't think respects me? Do I want to have that battle? Do I want to do that? No, man. I just want to get my 100K, go to Vegas and gamble a little bit, man.
Right. I'm saying that's what a lot of people
young and hot. Nah, go ahead.
That's what. I'm saying that's what a lot of people want to do because, I think that probably one of the things that I've ran into within recent organizations is an assumption that I'm not technical enough to be able to execute certain services. Right. So, PBO, I've worked for some of the top organizations that have done certain security services like red teaming and pen testing, incident response, been known for it, right? I've even spoken about it at different conferences and everything. But then I go into a project within certain organizations, certain current organizations, and the staff or the people that have a dotted line report to me, they don't assume they have an assumption that I don't know what I'm doing. They have an assumption that they challenge every single thing that I say. God. They challenge every single thing that I do. And I'm like, I've been doing this, sir. It was a situation. Let me tell you one thing. So we were doing a red team. I'm gonna be very high level and vague. We were doing a red team, right? So I'm what you call the delivery lead, the person who's responsible for the delivery of all the services. I'm the face of the service, all of the services. I probably got 3 or 4 or 5 different services that were delivered. When there's an executive out brief or something, it's me who's organizing the meetings and I'm leading out everything, right? But then, so one of the services was a red team, right? So I'm involved in the red team because I'm also executing on it. One thing that happened was that certain team members were able to, access and hack the box of the what you call the point of contact for the organization. So when you jump into an organization, right, or when you do certain type of services, you have somebody that you're directly interacting with from the customer side. They hack the point of contact's machine. They got all types of information out of there, right? And I'm like, okay, that's not the goal of the service. That's not the goal of it. We have a goal of being able to, move laterally, elevate privileges, move from here to there, go from this network to this other network. Let's not dig into the personal information on this person's machine because it's fun and it's all happy, right? So they kind of went away from that. They were against it. They're like, well, this shows PII and PHI. I'm like, okay, you can see the documents. Now move on. Don't try to they were downloading the entire hard drive, spending hours and time for that. I'm like, that's not what you do during the red team. You have objectives and goals and you move forward. Anyway, one of the people on the team, they wanted to tell the point of contact that, hey, we hacked your machine and we got all this information about you. We know your kid, we have your kid's birth certificate and your social security number. I'm like, we will not do that. That is not what we're about to do. That is not, because 2-3 minutes before the meeting, they're like, okay, we're gonna tell them this, that. I'm like, no, we're not. We're not doing that, and you will not do it on this call. They didn't like that. They don't, because I've ran into that situation before. I was in the red team where we had hacked the vice president of finance within the organization, And that caused all types of ripples. That caused all types of issues as we were going down the line, where we should have really found it and kept the point of contact informed as we went forward. Anyway, we did not tell them that, but we did tell them that we got into certain machines. Do you know that they was talking about firing people? They were talking about firing people on that same call. And I'm like, now what if you would have told, and this was the lead of all security for the whole organization. I'm like, don't tell it, like, listen, I think the best thing that a consultant can do with customer information is to treat it as if it's yours, to be very sensitive, be very careful, and show that we value the service, but we're not here to out people. We're not here to be like these hack monkeys, like we got everything. Yay. Anyway, sorry, don't mean to be so long-winded, but that's the type of coaching that I had to do during the service. But
sometimes people don't want the coaching. Yeah,
they didn't like that. They didn't like it at all. But yeah. I'll pause there. I'm
gonna let Ernest chip in a little bit before I give it back to what you got, Ernest. Come on in here.
Hey, hey guys, what's up? Listen, Professor. I don't want to get off subject matter. I just want to call in and thank you for the other day. You keep it techie and what's the brother?
Was the Savage Scientist? I think.
You was trying to get the brother's feet in the door, and engineering cannabis. Yeah, he was. Okay. He was way up in the stratosphere. So, that's the issue, man. I'm down here in Huntsville, Alabama, and man, it is hard getting these brothers into it. I mean, it's just a major struggle. I mean, forget machine learning at the senior level. I mean, we can't even get them to take a math class to get a degree, man. I mean,
facts. That's something I know. Me and Gabe talk about degrees versus certs versus what you need to get in and what you need to get in for the long haul. So that's definitely a long-standing debate in the community. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah. So I just want to thank you, man. I didn't want to get too far off subject matter.
And is that Ernest? Yeah. Ernest is your name? Yeah. Nice to meet you, man. And I think that, kind of chiming in on that subject, I think that sometimes the way that we present information, it can be very almost unreachable to people who are newer, right? We can be in, like you mentioned, being in the stratosphere, we can explain concepts and ideas that are very technical with so much detail, so much verbosity, but at times people just want the simplicity of it. They want to, okay, so what's the purpose? Like, oh, okay, why are we using VPNs, right? What is a VPN? Like a virtual private network. What's the purpose of that? That's to encrypt your communications between your machine and wherever you're trying to go on the internet. What's the value in that? It's because there are people who are trying to watch those communications, trying to get your usernames and passwords and all this type of information. So it scrambles up the communications. Sometimes when people explain a VPN, they'll start to go into vendors. They'll start to go into technologies, TLS version, blah, 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 or this encryption 256 and everything, right? So it can become a bit difficult, and they can maybe feel that those concepts are unreachable. So I think a lot of times it's the responsibility of the seasoned folk who have been in there to kind of break it down, to make it very, like, I can touch this concept and it makes sense. So, you know, I struggle with that myself, right? So to your point, that's what I want to chime in on.
My audience actually happened. I don't think I told you this. Who was it? It was She Stole My Thunder. Some people been with me a long time. Me and you were talking. I don't think I ever told you this. And she hit me up in the chat behind. She goes, I love when you and Struggle Security talk. I love you and Gabe talking. She goes, I had no idea what y'all saying.
Yeah.
So I did so like you said, I said, okay, let me do, if you look, I try to do videos on normal hacks, nothing to do, and do some basic stuff to kind of
3 to 5 minute videos on like things that happen. Yeah,
but she said that, and I just bust out laughing because, and I do enjoy talking to her, and we do get in those levels, and I enjoy those type of conversations. But when she said it, I knew exactly what she said. I like
but PBO. I think the thing too is that it's a shared responsibility, just like AWS. I see you got it up. Not only is it a responsibility for us to break down the concepts, but it's also a responsibility people who don't understand to ask questions. Yeah, right? And I think they have to say like, I didn't get that piece. Can you break that down or something? So it needs to be a little give and take there. Yeah.
And I've been sharing up a lot of people. There's a few people they do base videos a lot better than me, so I try to share them sometimes. But they really break down the basics of a VM and a container versus a VM versus different levels. So I try to share those for those basic concepts. And like you said, I really enjoyed what she said. And I just bust out. I say, I knew exactly the conversation. So I was like, yeah, I don't think most people understood.
It could be a lot. Yeah.
It's a lot. Okay. What you want, Femi? Jump in there.
It's interesting how we got to the spot, PBO. We started from AWS and we ended up here, which is fine. Now, there's something Gabby just said that it just got me laughing because I just remember, it's funny how people say things and it just reminds you of certain things that have happened to you before. The way I win people over, and it's not just about being IT now, is right from, because I've been teaching people since I was probably like 13, 14. Because again, like I said, I practically taught myself high school stuff. It wasn't like we always had teachers, and anyway, which is fine. So I once had someone, and this is what I do a lot, especially for people within our community that we're trying to win into this domain. Because I mean, there's not too many people like ourselves in it. So anyway, this person asked me specifically about what VPN is all about. First of all, what I did, which I always do, I always try to relate it to real life scenarios, which is for me, it's always worked for me. It's never failed me. So I explained about the concept of, the way sometimes when you're leaving home, not sometimes, when you're leaving home, you want to be sure that you actually locked your door. I kind of like just phased it around. I used that thing about no VPN, but a VPN to represent you locking your door without having a camera, or probably you closed it without actually locking it. I just come with kind of scenarios that are relatable, so that by the time you're done, what you probably would have taken forever to explain with technicalities. I mean, you just get the person hooked. That's how I've been able to get a lot of people into IT. It's kind of works for me. And I think I can relate to what Gabby said. But I was also going to ask both of you this same question, just to see, again, how you're going to respond to it. How best do you think it is to get that critical mass where you have a lot more Black people? And I mean, I'm not trying to be racist here. It's just a reality. That it's a real struggle, even not just here in America, but even around the world. But I mean, it's particularly in America. I mean, I've lived in other parts of the world, but I just, I had to learn how a lot of things work here through the years, and I fully understand it. But I also understand that there's still a need to be able to build that critical mass. Because believe it or not, and I mean, and I don't want to assume that you're not aware of this. I'm shocked when I see people come to me and they're surprised that there's actually Black people working in IT and they're Black as well. And, wow. So
it's only 7% of Black people I heard in IT. I need to go look at those new numbers. And I think me, Gabe, and everybody, keep it techie is, how do you do that, right? Do we need to be more flashy? Because usually you think of us, you think of a nerd. If you look at any movie, I was going to start taking those clips. Right. We look bad in the movie. They beating us up. They taking our girls. Central Intelligence. The Asian woman was dressed up like a rat. If you go back to
Steve Urkel with Family Matters.
Steve Urkel. If you look at the Bad Boys, John Sally 6'9" with Coke bottle glasses on. So we just always look bad from that perspective. So to be honest, I'm struggling with how to get that critical mass. And for me, critical mass, I'm just trying to get to 14% of what we have in the general population. So we will have to double what we got. I think the numbers are going to go down because we have so many people faking that cybersecurity, you're going to make 100,000 in 6 months, or you do these two searches, you're going to make 100,000. So I think 2% of those people are going to end up quitting. So I'm going to throw that to Gabe. That's all I got. I'm kind of a little despondent. Go ahead.
Man, I used to invest more time into really figuring that out, right? Getting more, because I was born and raised and grew up in Detroit, Michigan, right? And Detroit is a very Black city, a place where there's many African Americans. That's the primary makeup of the city. But at the same time, when I see my IT patient, I don't see a lot of us there. So kind of to your point, there aren't a lot of us there. But one thing that I've recognized is that when there's a cybersecurity incident, so I also work not only on like the red team side, but also on like the incident response and digital forensic side too. When there's an incident, I just need bodies. I need people who have the skills and the capabilities to respond to the incidents that organizations, when organizations get hacked. So I've kind of more switched a lot of my mindset towards, we just need people who are capable, people who are passionate and people who are willing to kind of fight the good fight of securing organizations. So I don't have the answer to it, but now I'm like, man, I just need people, right? I don't care if it's black or white or anything.
Yeah, we talked that before, because if you look, we're 800,000 short of 1.2 million. Let's say we're 1 million cyber people short, just like he said, bodies. Like, I want to see young brothers get in like Femi, but like you said, first we got to get the general bodies, but two, how do you get in there? I think too, when the boomers leave, I think maybe with certs you might be able to get in, but once again, I don't think tech is attractive to the average black person, especially the average black boy. I think we're nerdy, we're not cool, we ain't got no women, we ain't got the flashy cars. So I think I don't chime in if you think I'm oversimplifying.
But that's what they say though, PBO. But like, come on, man. I think one of
the
go ahead.
One of the ways we can do it is to maybe mimic in a small way what India did 30 years ago, which means you're going to have to maybe get local government, state government involved. You remember when Toyota, Honda, all these Japanese start moving manufacturing over here, Mercedes-Benz, and what did the local governments do? The state governments, they start setting up these training mechanisms for these large manufacturers.
We got those now. We can't get kids in them. They got a ton of them. I think Struggle Security did a few. I did a few.
You got to do it in mass, and you got to promote it at the state level. Another thing we could do, as far as the colleges, is to change the way it's logistically made up. Right now, you can walk into a college and major in anything, right? You can major in psychology, political science, even computer science. But I think one of the ways we can maybe change the makeup of colleges is said, based on the needs of the community and of society, is just, if you want to major in, say, psychology, then you should probably not have so many psychology openings to be majored in college. In other words, college X, there's 5 seats for psychology, but 55 for IT. And the first 5 who wants to major in psychology, if you try to be number 6, there's no opening for you. And the only openings that's left is IT and computer science. In other words, we're going to have to start forcing this.
No,
some of our kids.
That ain't gonna work, man. That ain't
how they do it, man.
I feel you, but I don't think you can force somebody to do something they don't like.
No. What I'm saying is that it's going to have to be a gradual, maybe not even in our generation process, because when I took out a major and I worked for a DoD contractor, I couldn't major in nursing. They had a set amount of degrees that they'll pay for my school. So I'm saying the whole mindset, the whole mental mindset, even of the local governments, has to change. But it's going to be a tall order if you want to do it in mass and go from 7 to 14%. Those of us who are individuals, we can do our individual thing. But you're talking about doubling, I mean, that's going to take a whole society.
See, but Emmett, I think that there are I think that, two things here. Number one is that I think that if there's an interest to get into tech, there are so many more resources out there available for individuals. So you're talking about, a degree program not being offered at one university. They have bachelor's, master's, and even PhDs that you can do online in front of your computer. Like, I could be working on a PhD right now. So the limitation of degrees, I don't even think that that's even a thing anymore, because you can get a degree anywhere sitting right in front of your computer. And I think number two, I think that in order to get to some of that critical mass, right, I think we got to start way, way earlier. So I posted a link. So this school year, and I got reached out by Microsoft to do this thing. It's called TEALS. So so kind of the structure of it is that they have tech professionals who work with local schools, public schools, like teachers, in order to administer tech curricula. So it could be computer science, it could be data science, it can be machine learning and artificial intelligence. We're working with students on weekly, multiple times a week, and we're working with the teacher in order to administer tech content. So I think that's one way I think that's very important for us to start way earlier than people who have jumped into professional careers, way earlier than even college. And I think that high school or below is really kind of where some of that exposure needs to be. So just FYI. So I think that those are just the two things I want to throw out there.
No, I think that's cool. And I was talking about that. How do we start earlier, right? To get kids more involved, like you said, to not make it cooler, to just make it relevant. It just seems, for me, when I talk to young kids, you try to make it relevant, but there's just not a big interest. I think there's a little more interest now with cybersecurity, but too, now you got so many people with these faux classes and faux, I don't know what they offer it. I think that's going to hurt the industry, because a lot of people are not going to make, $100,000 in 6 months. And I think a lot of people are going to give up. Yeah. But,
and kind of even just mentioning that Microsoft Teals program that came from, do you remember that time? I think it was like the George Floyd, or there was like times where tech organizations were really said that they're going to invest in communities, right? Minority communities. So this is one of the programs that's been running for years, right? A lot of times people are like, oh, these tech organizations, they just want to brain drain everything. No, a lot of them are investing back into the community in some way, shape, or form, with programs like this that Microsoft is putting on. So just
I'm bringing
FYI.
it up. There it is, Gabe. My bad. I was struggling streaming, but it's over.
No, you good. Yeah, that's the program there. So the one that I'm doing, we're starting off with like kind of like block coding, kind of with algorithms, and literally, I'm actually going to be at my wife's high school teaching students computer science, and it's crazy. Cool. Kind of, it's like a full circle type of thing. So and I'm going 2 times a week in order to administer the curriculum, and it's dope.
Hey guys, I'm about to roll out.
I appreciate you for coming up.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah.
But like my man Calvin said, Americans don't want to have an educated society. Just look at the results of the evidence. I'm kind of with you on that, but we can not follow the society. We don't have to follow the trend. We can break loose. Society don't control us. We control society. So especially as adults, man, we want our kids educated. Shout out to Femi. He gonna have a beautiful family like Gabe, and they're gonna make black people better, man. I don't know what PBO doing, man. I'm just out here living single. Don't nobody want me, but so I don't know. I don't know, Cal. So I think we trying to figure out how to get started, especially with the young people. I keep saying I want to do programming in middle school, 7 to 8, to kind of get people started. I think you can get your A+, Network Plus, and Security Plus in high school. Then I coming right out.
I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'll be right back.
You good? You good? Then we could get kids in the entry-level help desk right out. Then they can start building money and get money and kind of growing into the industry straight out of high school and straight out of middle school. I know that's kind of one of my thought patterns. What's your thoughts on that, Femi? I'm gonna throw that to you.
Part of the reason why, and I kind of like had a feeling, because like I said, I've listened to a couple of your streams and others, and this thing has come up in one shape or form previously. And I'm the kind of person that I worry about things that maybe not everybody worries about. So it's one of the things that's always been on my mind. In fact, hopefully I get this Azure certification, because that means I'll have 2 Microsoft certifications, and I'll be eligible for the MCT thing, the Microsoft Certified Trainer.
That's cool.
Things like this. So it's not just me saying it; it's what has always been in my mind, and I just feel we can do better as well.
Yeah, facts. Let me read Calvin's real quick. And this is a good point. We individually working on improvement, and I'm super bad about that. I'm a one-man army, rugged individual, but it's hard to live for society as a one-man individual. But the structure, and I think that's the thing of my one rugged man individual, I think is the term. To lift all is not in place where it should be. But no, Calvin, that's basically an answer, like you said. We each trying to do 10 at a time, but how do you help 44 million people, whatever our total? I think we're in that 44 was 42. So what is that, Calvin? Go ahead, Gabe.
And I was about to say, I think another thing is that it starts from home. That's where I had just went. Like, I got this book for my little baby. She's 10 months now. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it in the camera?
Hold on, I'm gonna make us bigger.
Yeah, no worries. It's called computer science, computer engineering for babies. So it teaches basic like it teaches basic like circuits. So it teaches you like what a wire is. She gets to press the button, but then you even get to like more advanced ones like a knot. So the knot is where it's like, right. So you closing off the circuit. It's just a couple here. So this one is an OR gate, right? So it's like that one, you could press this button or that button. This one is where she really starts to get it because she recognized she can't push one or the other with the and. She has to push them both at the same time.
Oh wow, man!
Light up. So man. The logic is there, right? And then you get the XOR, right? And then you get your latch circuit where it's like this is like super duper practical. So you set it, you reset it, man.
I put pressure on you. I'm waiting for the baby. I need to see the baby video for the.
I need to do one. I need to do one. I might do one with her in this book to show kind of some of the comprehension there. Like
I need to be pushing that out to the babies, man.
Because I literally learned this in my freshman year of digital logic at my university for electrical engineering program. I learned exactly what all of these gates, these and or XOR knots and latch gates. So, I thought that this was a really interesting resource. So I know that we're talking about starting early. So,
you starting early, man. I'm too early.
Got to.
That's early.
I ran downstairs and stole her book before she saw me. I was like, let me go ahead and get this book. She's playing with this all the time. Yeah. So
I'm waiting for the video. You need to have the Babies for Tech video series, man.
I need to. Teaching baby tech, babies in tech.
Yeah, man. I'll be pushing that out, man. I ain't gonna even steal it. Usually I steal your good ideas. I'm gonna leave that one for you, man.
No, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, that's just something. And if anybody want it, it's called Computer Engineering for Babies. And that's cool, man.
I got this one down, Gabe, because also you just inspired me more with that because typically when I have friends who have babies or kids who are celebrating their first or second of I always make sure at least one of the gifts I get them is something along these lines. I've been doing that forever, and because I think it's one way to do it. And you're right with this thing about it starts from the home. It really does.
It really does. It really does.
Shout out to Operation Tech. We said they need to make one for the old heads.
They got some, man. They got books and stuff out there for the old heads.
Though.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, that's one thing. And like I said, shout out to my man Calvin. Like you said, structurally, how do you like Gabe said, you got to start somewhere before we try to get the structure. We trying to get a percent to move first, man. I don't think we got a percent to move. Well, let me take that back. And I've mentioned that I hopefully don't do hard for good is everybody's trying to make 100,000 in 3 months. You don't need degrees, you don't need certs, you just need something, and you in there, man. I'm thinking, dude, it took me a decade to get good, man.
You got to get $100,000 worth of skills or $100,000 worth of a need for organization. Like, what do organizations really need? Like, I think that's where we really need to start at, rather than just the number that you want on your paycheck. So.
But that don't get the views, man. You trying to be the next. I don't know who we trying to be the next.
A lot of people want to listen to you when you say things like this. Reason being that, like, I used to tell my wife, now she understands, she gets it, that people are gonna say anything because people want to listen to the thing that sells, that's trending. Right? And yes, there's an occasional person that I don't want to say lucky. You do get the occasional person that maybe within a couple of, maybe not necessarily months, maybe a year. But I mean, how realistic is it that that's gonna happen out of even 20 people? How realistic are you gonna get like 5 people? But it's funny when a lot of people do come back to the likes of maybe even myself, because I've had an experience where the person never listened to me and they found a way around it. Because first of all, how do you go from 0 to 100 just like that? And then maybe after if they do get this job, they found out, then now they're going to come back to you. They're like, this happened. And I'm like, I told you.
100%.
That usually happens.
And they also need to talk about the structures of these jobs, right? Some people are saying that they're getting 100K, but they're doing contracting, right? And they're contracting for multiple roles. So they might have 2 or 3 different jobs that equates to several $100,000s, but you work in 2 or 3 different roles. What's the work-life balance there? Like, how do you really, how are you selling something that is not very common, and that's something that doesn't really align? So I think that people need to give more context in terms of what these tech roles are. And the thing about contracts is that they run out after a certain amount of time. So then you always need to be on your P's and Q's with applying for jobs, so don't just get a number, right? Don't just get 150, 200, 300K, but also give the context so that people can be well equipped to making decisions about their career.
And let's add on to the context you talking about. I work for a body shop consulting where I make 100, but like I said, I seen 60 people walk out on a Friday because the customer just terminated the contract. And they're not a big company, so you're getting those bench time.
So there's the risk. There's the risk.
So that's the risk. And I've been on the other side where I did 1099, which means I had to pay my own taxes. I made a shitload of money, but I ended up owing the IRS 60 grand.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of things when you a W-2, you don't take into account that's happening. When you start your own firm, I like don't get mad. I was like, I almost bought a Republican, man. I'm like, I need a tax break, man.
No, really. Like I'm even working on that now because my wife is a nurse and she's a CRNA, a nurse anesthetist, and we've actually set up her business to be able to be a 1099 employee. Yeah. But that she needs to be an LLC. That needs to go to a S corp. She can only take out so much. She can only pay herself so much every paycheck. But at the end of the year, there's a certain amount of taxes, just like you mentioned, that will come out because of how much that she'll be able to make as like a what you call like a travel nurse or travel CRNA. So boom.
People really don't realize that your company pays half of that. Then they give you training, they give you other tax write-offs that they could take that you might not be aware of. And two is the beautiful thing about tech is you can make a lot of money, but I have any expenses. Right. I didn't even buy my laptop. I worked for DOD. They gave me a laptop, right? So I had hardly any expenses.
Right.
So when it came, the government was like, "Oh, we want our 30%." And I was making $80 an hour. I took my tax. I said it was 50 grand.
Yep.
I almost had a heart attack, man. Now, brothers in Vegas making it rain, but that wasn't a good decision by PBO.
But then you also need to look at and then there's overhead expenses there, right? So you need to bring in a CPA, maybe a lawyer, some type of fees towards a business bank account where you need to have your voice and get everything ready. Stuff that you need to prepare for tax season. So you have overhead expenses also when you're jumping into that type of thing. So it's very important.
But he's right, and that's where things and I think YouTube and other things. I didn't have my proper infrastructure. I'm like, white dude, he was like, I'm gonna pay you X. You cool with that? I'm like, yeah. But then, like you said, I didn't set up the business account. I didn't put any taxes away. I got it. I was spending it, right? So then. The two is that's what you learn and that's how you learn it. You don't want to do it wrong like PBO, but you can make a lot of money. But you can end up on a lot. Cool thing about the feds though, I sent them a letter. They put me on a payment plan for a couple years to get caught up. Cool with them. Shout out to the government, man. They'll take your money in big increments or small increments. As long as they get it, they were pretty good. They give me a little interest rate. Go ahead.
Also, if you will, let me take it from where I came with the post. I'm pretty sure you have a story to tell about this as well. I can confidently say I'm pretty sure you have a story to tell about this. Now, I know a lot of people that all of a sudden, remember during the pandemic, it was like companies seem to be hiring like willy-nilly. It was like everybody, it was just fair game for everybody. And at the time, I was like, what's going on here? Lo and behold, of course, we now know what's been going on. A lot of people came in with zero to almost no skills at all, but we're faking it. It was happening a lot. I'm sure you guys know better. Again, I'll defer to you.
Yeah, well, real quick, I'm gonna let you go, Femi, and Gabe goes by. We've been on a lot of YouTube streams talking about that. Go ahead, Femi.
Yeah. I wasn't even aware that you may have spoken about this. That's why I was like, I'm pretty sure you. I mean, because at the time I was just confused because I didn't even know what was going on. Then as things died down, I finally began to realize when people who I knew had no business being in IT. I mean, not my words, but it's just what I knew. I was like, wait, how do you get all of a sudden? I'm hearing this guy telling me, I'm making this amount. This is what I do. I'm a DevOps guy. I'm like, hold on here. I know you have no clue what, you don't even know you cannot even, some of these guys could not even turn on their computers. So now I understand what's been going on. And that's where I kind of can relate with the fact that a lot of people were not willing to listen whenever you told them, oh, it's not possible for you to go from not within 3 months for you to make 6 figures. Now I understand. I get it now.
And I started that off my show. And one of my young guys, I'm against it, but he did it. And I told him I support it. He faked a senior security compliance job. He got the job, then his boss was on his ass and he couldn't finish. So he reaches out to me, young brother. So PBO, I had the same look Gabe did, but I helped him. So he asked him. So we talked about Graham Leach Bliley. We walked it down. I showed him what you need to do to exit. We talked about NIST. We talked about Shaman's in there. We talked about security exhibits. So I trained him up so he could keep the job. But he reached out. So I mean, I'm not for it, but I'm a.
I mean, but he got lucky, didn't he? He got lucky,
but I'm not naming him, but there's certain parts of the industry they believe are faking certs, faking resumes, and been doing that forever and been making money in the industry, right? So I'm against it, but if some brother out there make it work, you can reach out to PBO, and I can. I'm older than Gabe. I can make Gabe help you.
Set up a go ahead, Gabe. Listen, if PBO reach out to me, I'm responding. So if
I frowned up, but I helped him. Yeah. Listen, if you reach out to me, you did, but I frowned up like you did, and I helped you. Go ahead.
If PBO reach out to me on your behalf, you got lucky. So we'll make it work.
But at least if you get the position and you're trying to at least help yourself to better yourself. Beyond just getting the job, if you actually start to learn, because I'm not even gonna lie, I did know of a couple of people that actually went on to actually learn the technology despite themselves.
And Gabe, I'm gonna let him continue. He said it's a difference between embellishment and you ain't never done shit like that in your whole life, right? Yeah, go ahead, chime in on it. There's a balance.
I did a video on it. I did a video on it. Actually, it's supposed to be coming out pretty soon, but video on so the example I use of embellishment that is probably okay, right? Is that, say for instance, you were like an IT help desk administrator, and your lead suddenly quits or something, and you started getting the responsibilities of the lead that work for the same organization. Now, if you're interviewing and they ask you, okay, what was your role? What were the certain things that you did? And you put like, hey, I worked as a help desk administrator lead. That's embellishing, right? That's not your official title, but you were actually doing the type of work. That's probably okay, right? That's probably okay for you to put there. And if they ask more depth, you can explain that, hey, my lead left and I assumed all of their roles, all of their responsibilities. But if you're just lying and saying I have this degree, or say that I have this certification, or I've worked for this organization in this capacity, that's a lie that can be verified with background checks and all types of calls to previous employers. So there's a difference. There's a difference between embellishing and lying, for sure.
But usually if I know you trying and I know you're gonna try to pick it up. Like I said, he reached out to me. And like I said, I only asked me like 4 questions, but they were kind of big. But I helped him out and he took it and ran with it. I'm emailing him to see how he doing. I ain't talked to him. I assume he's doing fine. He ain't reached out anymore. And a lot of times too, especially a lot of times in GRC, it's just paperwork. You need to have seen it and know the process, right? Gabe's done the STIGs. He's gonna frown up. He knows what those assessments are. He knows what an ATO is. He knows what, so he's done it. So he knows what those are.
Poems and
poems, right? So a lot of that's just verbiage and understanding, right? And that's what I'm working on my class that I'm gonna push out, like keep it techie. But long story short, if you need help and I can help you, just reach out. Let me read this question for everybody. So I've tech over. In the reality, as a seasoned person in the medical workforce, looking to transition, should you go to college, look at what's in demand, just go get search for that and make a move? For me, that's a lot. That question is.
It is a lot. Yeah.
What are you transitioning to? Are you transitioning to cyber? Are you transitioning to GRC? Are you transitioning to blue team, red team? Mine, looking at that, I do a lot of HIPAA work. So if you medical, HIPAA, high trust, that's good. GRC, you should have a background understanding. I probably would get Simply Cyber. He's got his own cert. Then there's a CGRC if you want to get in the GRC world. Coming from the medical field, once again, HIPAA and high trust is hot. Epic is one of the big systems. My daughter-in-law is using that. They actually have a system, and they actually have a cybersecurity of Epic I just saw. So that's probably what I would do from a medical field to transition.
Right.
What's your take on that, Gabe?
No, that's absolutely true. Because a lot of times people think that if they're transitioning into like cybersecurity or tech, they have to start from the bottom. If you're coming with pre-existing knowledge, pre-existing skill sets, and understandings of an industry, then that will definitely help you to bump up that initial salary, right? For you transitioning in. Like, you don't have to start off as an entry-level type of role, but you are leveraging your medical experience and adding on tech to it. So you are even more valuable resource to that organization than if somebody is just coming straight out of college that just have a couple of certifications or might have just jumped into the workforce. You have years of experience previous. So I would say leverage that as much as possible, especially like PBO was saying with HIPAA and Epic and all those type of organizations.
High trust,
high trust, all that.
Shout out, let me talk on my man X. It looks like those, and I've seen a lot of those TikTok videos with those chicks working in tech, but they didn't do anything. Now they got laid out first. Facts, man. They were just up in Meta having breakfast on Meta. Shout out to them.
Man,
that
No. That's exactly how it was. Like, I think she got fired because she was so, and that's another security thing, because she was showing what their internal offices look like, and like all of that stuff can be used by adversaries in order to like. So if you're showing like your ways that you're walking into the building, the process for verifying your identity, that can be used by somebody who is trying to get into the company and do malicious things, some type of insider threat. So that's a violation.
And the other thing she did, I don't know if we talking about the same one. I did a video on her. She was showing a mirror, and there's people walking past her. Right. What if one of those were President Biden or somebody, or I forgot the lady in charge of this? They're just showing people walking in front of mirrors. I'm like, that could be a VIP that nobody should know where they're at, man. You could be putting people physically in harm. I doubt it for that, but she wasn't aware of what she was doing. You want any of that, Femi? You want to chime in on any of that, man?
Yeah, and you're correct. Like, because even with what you said, one of my real close buddies at work, whenever we're at the data center, for example, of course, you know the way the data center works, like with all those extra security for a company that knows what they're doing, especially the bigger ones. He happens to have like access to virtually every single door in the entire building. I mean, of course, I'm not going to mention the company I work for, but I mean, that's why. Now, but the only one he doesn't have within the data center, the only door he doesn't have access to is that of the CEO, the worldwide CEO. Like one day I intentionally asked him this question because I was just messing with him, but I just like to, ask people questions for some reason. I'm like, why don't you have access to it? He was like, I ought to have access to it. I just refuse to because I'm like, nah, I'm not dealing with that. Now, so I can relate with what you're talking about because sometimes people just don't know, but it's just stupid, irrespective. People just don't know.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, PBO and Femi, I'm getting text messages like crazy. Cool. So let me go ahead and drop down. But it was good chopping up with y'all. I know you've been on for a minute, so I don't want to keep you.
No, you good. I'm wrapping it up. I'm gonna look at this first too. I appreciate you, man.
Let me just say I'm about to leave myself. It was an honor finally talking to you, Gabby, and even this one right here. You're the GOAT, sorry. Like,
absolutely.
I cannot believe I'm talking to you guys.
Man, listen. That's
we always drop the link, man. We always drop the link. We want you.
That's what this online community is about, for sure. Yeah, a lot of us, like, we talk in the back chats and everything and on LinkedIn all the time. So feel free to keep on chiming in. All right, fellas.
All right, see you, man.
All right,
have a good holiday, man. Let's see, King 38. I think tech is cool. It's being seen as cool. It's being put in context of scamming, especially by the hustle rappers, because of the SFC rap. Actually, technical tech, but they have it too. No, that's true. I don't quite see it as cool quite yet, King. Maybe you're seeing it a little differently than me. And once again, I hope it is. Once again, I'm a curmudgeon, so I just quite don't see it. Like I said, I see a few big YouTubers now that's kind of making it cool. But like again, shout out to my man Calvin. I don't think it's big enough to lift it. And once again, I think when those people get let down because they're not going to get the money they make or move as quick as they have, that's kind of the thing I worry about. That. What's your take on that, Femi?
Yeah, and I totally agree. As a matter of fact, part of what I'm looking to do, KevTech has been pushing me forever. It's been a while we spoke at all, to go do my own YouTube channel. But whenever I want to do things, I try to do them not because everybody else is doing it. I want to find my essence. So once I finally found my essence, now it's about, okay, what's the concept behind what I'm trying to do? And part of it is to, bring tech down to a level that it's kind of relatable because it's fun. Because I think, again, to your point previously, sometimes I think, because it happened to me as well, and I'm not even still now. Sometimes it happens to me, and I'm able to draw up my inspiration from where I'm coming from. Sometimes it's too loaded with things that make it look boring or not appealing. It can be made to be appealing. A lot of things can be made to be appealing in life. It's just the way it's fed to people out there, especially to our demography as well. So, but I agree with you there about all of what you've just said too. It's just best to go the right route. Do not believe the hype of within a couple of months. Again, occasionally you could have the occasional person that just gets. I wouldn't call it lucky. There's people that actually get those jobs within.
No, facts, but it's outlier. It's not gonna be the masses.
Right.
Shout out, right? So that's
it's just to spew out the reality of the fact that yes, you can make it, but just give people the right information, like you said. It pains me when people come to me and tell me one thing that they've been told because they just love to believe the hype, and a couple of months later I don't hear anything, and I already know what's gone down, and I have to call them back and tell them, okay, I'm not even going to castigate you, but now we're going to do it the proper way. You can still get there. There's so many ways of, at the risk of sounding out animalist, there's so many ways of skinning a cat, right? Like you like to say, but truly and surely, even, I always tell people, even people don't realize it, but even as a Power BI analyst, for example, that's technology right there. People are making good money there. You don't have to be techie.
Oh no, they said that too. That's no, facts. That's the data analytics part. Once you master those dashboards and the KPIs and all that comes, no, facts. That's it. Let me give my man Operation Tech. The EHR system, when you upgrade, Epic is hot. Cybersecurity, part of cybersecurity is GRC, which will be the HIPAA and high trust. That's the governance and analyst part of cybersecurity, once again, with the HIPAA and high trust. So that's probably what I would check out to look at that. Once again, Epic is one of the hottest EHR systems that I see people use. And they do have Epic security analysts setting the security up, setting the access up, and how it's going to operate. Once again, with the HIPAA and high trust certification operation takeover. So that will be my take on that from once again, HIPAA high trust standpoint.
I actually have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So I've seen, and again, this is things I've seen. I'm not even making this up. I've seen at least a couple of people, including, again, my friend I keep bringing up was, shout out to this guy, man. He got his CISSP again on the first try, and I was like, wow. Anyway, himself and someone else, one or two other people that I know that have their CISA certifications. There's this thing I kind of like try to imagine, like there's this concept of you having been in IT for a couple of years, having experience for you to be able to use the CISA, for example. But apparently that's not always true. Is that the case, or is it just me?
So what's your question? Do you need 2 years to have a CISA?
Right, they already have a CISA, but then there's always this concept of, they must have had some experience as well for them to be able to get a job, even with the CISA. Is that a thing, or is it just me? Because it doesn't seem to be the case for these guys. They just went to get the certification anyway.
I would need to know their background. If they were auditing, I know a lot of people were doing regular auditing for CPAs and accounting, and they started doing IT audits. So when they got the CISA, they already had an auditing background, so they kind of went together, right? So then you can jump in, because a lot of times, even though you're doing IT auditing, a lot of times it's for CPA systems or some people doing accounting. So a lot of people took those two majors together, and that's how they jumped ahead. So I would need to know their background.
So both of them, at least two of them. Let me not say both of them, but there's three people I'm talking about now. The two people I know for sure what their backgrounds are. One of them was in banking,
Yeah.
And
so you do. Yeah,
the other one it wasn't auditing, but it was something finance related as well. So maybe that makes sense.
Man, that makes sense because we just talked about the young dude. It's called GLBA, Graham Leach Bliley, is actually hardening and auditing for banking computer systems. So if you have a banking domain and you understand that technology, and you get a sister that's going to teach you the auditing, you put those together, you're going to get hired.
Okay.
And I don't know if you're going to make a ton of money right off the bat, but I know you're going to get. And two is a lot of times is most of the auditing firms, which sucks, is they're actually ex-accounting firms that do all the IT auditing. Oh, Arthur Anderson, those are ex-accounting firms. So kind of like we talking with my man Tech, we trying to put his health with his high trust and put that together to get hired to do that. So let's see what those guys. You took your banking domain with your security GRC. Then you go out and you understand the verbiage. So you're going to be way ahead of a lot of people. So a lot of times I tell people, what is your business domain? When I start programming, I got an MBA because I was dealing with big businesses. So I want to be able to talk to them in their language of domain to help me program. So I became a senior programmer, and then I had a lot of financial domains. I worked for an insurance company. I knew actuary terms and actuary tables. So that made me easier to get into those security domains with IT. And that's how I made six figures, because I put those two together.
So even if I get the CISSP, which is one of the stuff on my bucket list, for example, and outside of the fact that I only have like a security plus, even though I understand security to a very good degree, I mean maybe not to the level that you do, for example, would that still count? Because again, with one of the other guys I know, again, I don't know his background in this case. It's one of three guys. He's the one that has the CISSP. Now, the one thing I do know about him is I know previously he had done something related to technology, but he just never really worked technology per se. But I mean, he could sit on the table with anybody. And of course, he also has like an MBA right now as well. Mm-hmm. So, and he's able to leverage the CISSP. I don't know how that works, but it actually works for him.
Yeah, you can, because there's a couple ways depending on his background. A lot of times people don't realize the CISP is a management test. So a lot of times, like Gabe says, those are those guys you do customer facing, because if he knows the terminology, he has an MBA background. A lot of times is you can just project management and you can just delegate out the work, right? Because you got those high level degrees, and that's where degrees come in part. Because sometimes people are going to say, do you got an MBA and a CISP? Shit, that pool going to be super small, right? So then realistically, you just end up project managing the project, like Gabriel said, or you do customer facing a lot of times. They want you to talk and talk, walk to walk. So it just depends on what are you doing with it. Because once again, we know IT and cybersecurity is a big domain. GRC, Gabe was talking, he red team. I always put him in red team, purple team. You know, it's just so big. So when you start putting those degrees and certs together, two is what company, two, what is his background? Because if he works for somebody, some people know him with those certifications and credentials, a lot of times, once again, they just put him in project management over the project. Because most of those guys, tech guys, like Gabe said, they can't even talk to people. So it just kind of depends on what he's doing and what company he works for.
So what is for someone that doesn't have a degree, for example, but has grown through maybe like on-prem to maybe even the cloud, for example, maybe never really did anything security, but at least did some, has grown through the ladder, eventually got a CISSP. That's still a possibility that person could still get to that level too?
Oh yeah, that's really the level you really want to go to. You really want to go to the ladders. Then CISP, they really want you to have 5 years of two of the domains. So really, they want you to have 5 years of experience before you even sit for the CISSP. So let me read this real quick. I looked into high trust. The only thing I could find is where it applies to business frameworks. I joined a YouTube channel that speaks about it, but that's about it. So if you look up HIPAA and high trust, I actually did a video, and once again, you use HIPAA and high trust when you're doing auditing of a system. So some people, we could talk about AWS in the cloud. If you look at a particular service, I'm an EC2 guy, the load balancer, it tells you from a compliance if you can use that particular service or not. So you as doing a health auditing with HIPAA or high trust, They're looking for policies, procedures, how you configuring the things, what encryption level you need. Professor Black Ops at gmail.com. Reach out to me and I can send you some links on high trust and HIPAA. If you go to hss.com, that's Health and Hospital, they have a whole site out there where they touch on HIPAA and high trust and what they need from an auditing standpoint. Once again, that's healthandhospital.gov. They're actually the agency that does it. So if a hospital get hacked, HHS is going to come out there and look at, see what's happening. And they're going to give you a big ass fine. That's the federal agencies over HIPAA, high trust, and that particular health information. Let's see, Aiken again. What's your thoughts? Security's the clearance. I had a low-level security clearance when I worked at DoD. You can get jobs if you're just putting your foot in the toe, because a lot of jobs, they won't let you touch on site unless you have a NAC, which is a low level. And a lot of jobs now, I was looking at one, they wanted a top secret polygraph. So my boss has a top secret polygraph. So there's some jobs, if you don't have that security clearance, you can't even walk into the facility. So if you got that clearance, they feel like they can teach you the rest. A lot of those guys are ex-Navy SEALs, ex-Green Berets. I work with those guys. So the government trained them up in cybersecurity, but they had those clears from when they were actually in the military. So yeah, if you go to I think it's USA.gov, all their jobs out there, you need clearance. And if you go to Indeed, where I go a lot, they have a special section where they're looking for security clearance. Everything from top secret to, once again, top secret polygraph. I had a NAC, which is the lowest level you can have. So now clearance is always good. Shout out to Xavier, good way to spend. I appreciate it. I have experience with GRC. I don't like it all. No, it's facts. I came from engineering to GRC. I'm probably gonna go to GRC after engineering. Engineering just turned me off. I agree sometimes because it's weird. I don't even get to touch a computer half the time anymore. That's why I just do paperwork. People pay me six figures to. Me and Gabe was talking about POEMs, which is a schedule, policies and procedures, ATO's authority to operate. Just understanding that whole. Which part of GRC did you work on? Are you in IT, NIST, HIPAA, high trust, FERPA, education? I do a ton of those. Graham Leach, Bliley. There's a ton of GRC. Which one you out there doing, Eddie? My man is asking you a question. A family is Nigerian. What part of tech is he in? What part of tech are you in? That's my man.
So the title is not like clear cut where my current job, but I kind of like you could consider me more like a generalist because I work in various domains right now. The best way to put it is that no 2 days are the same for me right currently.
Yeah. Facts.
So I could be doing anything from, believe it or not, I still do desktop support. I still touch on servers and networking and a bit of cloud here and there as well, and data. And it's more because of how I've grown myself. The only thing is, the only reason why I'm a bit of a here and there person right now is because I'm a contractor to the company versus if I was full time.
I did that for 10 years. Just real quick. There's different levels. Me and my man before the billions is sometimes there's body shops and senior consultants are different, get treated different than junior consultants. He didn't even have insurance when he was doing the consulting work. So each company, there's different levels to contracting work. Go ahead, Femi.
Yeah. So and to your point, and that's the reason why I'm trying so hard to get into the cloud, because it's the cloud or nothing else right now.
Facts.
Otherwise, I love the job. It's just that I love where I'm at. I would just rather be in the cloud. And yes, again, to the point, because again, it's good to emphasize the fact that people keep talking about the cloud. It's not just about being in the cloud. What exactly are you doing in the cloud? So my goal is probably to settle for anything from networking or even security in the cloud or data or something along those lines. It could be even twofold.
No, that's cool. Let's see. Next DC. Let's see. I'm looking up something real quick. Let's see how long we've been DC. Let's see. My man Ron Unsung, Nike or public trust, but no luck with considered for those roles yet here in DC. Are you trying to get a security role in DC, Ron Unsung? Are you trying to get what are you trying to do in DC? Give me a little more network on there. Predictive analysis of the cloud is highly sought after. Yeah, facts. Machine learning, artificial intelligence. We were looking at one of the AWS search for that. So I just want to say thank you for all the love you show, information. I appreciate it. So I appreciate that. Let me look up my man Ron son, and I'm gonna shut it down. I expect to be up for 4 hours. Shout out to Femi. He got me on it. So this is me on YouTube. I'm sorry, on Indeed. Let's see, system networking admin role. Also, yeah. So there's I put DC. That's me on security clearance DC. Of course, I did within 35 miles. They said that's 36,000 jobs. Of course, Virginia, that whole DC triangle. He said networking, but they out there, technology analysts, 190. So they're all looking for security clearances out there.
And that's the other thing with that right there, the security clearance.
Yeah, that's a whole different guy. Special agent, you know, FBI 78, 49.90, that's 100K. So security clearance, and I tell everybody ex-military, just take a peek out there. So let's see. But yeah, so it was out there. Like I said, I should drill down, but PBL about to go eat. I'm out of here. So
I was gonna say before you leave, man, I find it interesting when I see some of these job titles.
Yeah.
Job titles don't mean nothing to me sometimes.
No. Active. Well, yeah, facts. Active one. I had, like I said, I got lucky, and people asked me. I was an Oracle DBA. That skill was in such demand back then. The consulting company paid for me to get a security clearance. For me to get a security clearance, I had to sign a 2-year commitment to that company. For me, it wasn't a big deal because I knew I was going to stay at DoD if I made it to 2 or 3 years because I was touching so much new technology. They were running Oracle. We were running Cisco. We were running, was that Archer? We were running such big tools that were so hot. I knew I wasn't going to leave within 3 years. So once I got that, my security clearance, that just made me more viable to the DoD. And the other thing is, when they get you the security clearance is not in the company's name; it's in your name. So, long story short, the prime contractor lost the deal. The sub lost their contract. I got picked up by the new prime. They gave me more money because I had a security clearance and I was on the contract, right? So that's where the security clearance and prime and subs and how that all works together. That's a whole nother video. We talked about that. But I'm wrapping it up. Once again, did you do your kick out words? What you want to lead to the crowd, Femi?
Yeah, I just want to say that for everyone that's been grinding out there, just keep grinding. Like it's not gonna end anytime soon. Just keep labbing and doing it all you can, and just going through the motion and scaling up and skilling yourself up as well if there's anything like that, because it's worth it. I can tell you, I've only been into it for a couple of years, but the sky is only the starting point. It's a lot, but it's highly rewarding as well. It's fun, especially if you come with it with the right attitude as well. Yeah.
No, that's cool. No Limit, I have no comment on my man. Sub-Zero seems like a cool guy. I don't comment on courses I've never seen, to be honest. No Limit, I know both of those are hot technologies. I'll let Tech RX maybe comment on that. He's definitely more in his chain than mine, No Limit 3. Sub-Zero seems knowledgeable in Oracle and a super smart guy. I think he was hiring some people to teach that. Once again, he seems knowledgeable. I know he's helped a lot of people, No Limit, but since I've never taken it, and I've never even heard him talk about it, to be honest. So I can't comment on that, No Limit 3. Once again, those are two separate hot technologies. So, like I said, he seems knowledgeable. I heard him talk about Oracle, but I don't have any feedback because I never took it. Just off the top, he seems like a stand-up guy. He seems to stand behind his word, but once again, I've never taken his class, and I'm gonna start taking some of these people class too, No Limit, so I can chime in on them. But Like I said, those are two hot guys. I know he's done Oracle, and I heard him talk about that. This framework, I work for this. Yeah, and this framework is boring, Nettie. I've done that for 20 years. I made probably my third bag on this. I do this currently. I do a lot of IRS Pub 1075 work, which sits on top of this. NIST is the bag because, as you know, all the government entities start with NIST from a GRC. Policies, procedures, POEMs, ATOs. I got to do an incident response where we got to act like we've been hacked. So I got to do a NIST incident response exercise here in 2 weeks. I'm supposed to be working on it today, but I've been on YouTube for 4 hours, so I'm going to start working on that. But no, it's all good. Let me see that. Not everybody comment. Like, great stream. I appreciate it. See, I had a long bike ride. I'm starving. I like to pivot into. Nettie, I've been talking about that. It's an easy pivot. When people do, shout out to my man Femi, when he sets up his AWS architecture with EC2s and Dockers and Kubernetes, and he's gonna spin up a DynamoDB that's ran by AWS Cloud. All that stuff's got to pass a NIST certification. I did a video of that. Nettie, shoot me an email, ProfessorBlackOps@gmail.com, or look on my channel. I actually did a NIST 800-53 revision 5, the new one, in an AWS setup. I think I was spinning up some EC2s and making sure they were NIST certified to run in the cloud. So that's an easy pivot, Nettie. Easy pivot. Then you might have to join my membership. I'm going to teach a class on that. So, let's see. Do you do consulting work? I do sometimes. Currently, I'm a full-time employee. I finally got a full-time job. I work. Yeah, sometimes I do. I need to make some side money, man. I'm trying to go on a cruise next year, man. I appreciate you. Let's see. My opinion, people teaching course, if they can't show an offer letter or job doing they teach or how they can teach me to get a job, I will never have one. That's his opinion, no limit. I'm giving you Tech RX. That's his opinion. I never thought about that. They should have it. That's it for me and Femi. Femi, thanks for joining me. I'm sure you're going to be back. I always come up, man. I try to drop the link every episode so we can always chop it up. That's how we both get better. This is Professor Black Ops. Everybody have a great holiday. I'm out.
All right, thanks.
Oh, shoot.